Good morning here to Bloemfontein, the Mangaung Oval, City of Roses, for day 4 in this final encounter between the Flexbrand Knights and the Eastern Storm. I'm joined this morning by none other than Rafiq, senior coach. Welcome, Rafiq.
Good morning, John. Thank you. Good to be here. Hoping that we're going to get 6 sessions in over the next 2 days. Obviously been plagued by some rain and more rain predicted for the rest of the day. So let's hold thumbs and hope that we're going to get a full day's play in. Like I said, 6 sessions remaining. The Knights 49 runs behind, and at this stage, one would most probably say that all 3 results are still possible, but more likely that you would either see a Knights win or draw in this game.
Yes, so at the end of day 3, a day that's been plagued by weather and ending of sessions, so forth, the Flexbrand Knights find themselves 228 for the loss of only one. Cloete, the leading run scorer in this 4-day series competition, he's out there still on 110 from 203 deliveries, and he's joined in partnership by Botha. He's on 39 from 86 deliveries.
Yeah, a crucial partnership for the Knights. They've had a big first wicket partnership for the first wicket, and these 2 batters would like to see to it that they get the Knights to their first target, and that's a score of 277, the first innings total for the Eastern Storm, and hopefully then get the Knights into a position where they can have a decent lead and make sure that there's only one team that can win this game at the end of the day.
So having a look at the field, we're going to be starting from the Willow's End, and it will be the skipper, Ernest Kim, be opening the bowling for us. Leading wicket taker in this 4-day series. He's got 40 wickets to his tally. Left arm orthodox, experienced. He'll be wanting to break this partnership. And what we saw at the end of day 3 was the veteran Grant Thompson coming in from the Loch Logan end, bowling right off spin, and he also looked good for his couple of overs that he bowled. So we'll see if we have a continuation of that.
Like you said, Ernest Kim, the leading wicket taker in this competition. He's going to bowl from the Willow's End. I must say, watching a bit of the game yesterday, the 2 left-handers seemed fairly at ease. Didn't look too phased facing the left-arm spinner. So a good matchup for the Knights. If you think that maybe next in would be another left-handed batter, Ruben Maria, but it's Ernest Kim from the Willow's End bowling to Patrick Botha.
Deep square leg out, and we've got again long on out, but a good 20 meters in. Starts it off very straight, and deep square leg won't cut that off, and it will be a boundary off the second delivery. Patrick Botha, he saw it early, was dragged a bit short, and that's a boundary for the Knights.
Yeah, proper loosener there from Ernest Kim, just getting his lines wrong, and Pat Botha was onto that in a flash. Ernest
very straight, and deep square leg won't cut that off.
That was way too straight.
So the end of the first over here on day 4. Flexbrand Knights 232 for 1. And Rafiq, as an experienced coach yourself, I myself a left arm orthodox, I'm just trying to think of the mode of dismissal Ernest Kemp is going for. His margin for error with that line is so small. So he's got a first slip in place, but I'm not too sure if anything's really going to be going there with the ball turning in sharply the way it has been.
Unlikely for the ball to go to slip, but he does bring that LBW in coming around the wicket. Obviously bold, and you can obviously get caught in the outfield, but It's interesting, you spoke yesterday about possibility of some rough created outside the off stump for the left-hander. It doesn't seem like the wicket has deteriorated as much.
No, it hasn't. We watched this morning as we see Grant Thompson will continue from the Loch Logan end. It's played well into the sweeper region. They come through for a single.
I mentioned yesterday that Thompson looked to trouble some of the batters when he came on to bowl. But surprised that they brought the off spinner in so late into the attack, especially with the two left-hand batters out there in the middle, and with a bit of a slope that is assisting him. The Knights, I think, in a very good position here. They would dearly love both of these batters to start over again this morning and get themselves in again.
One thing we mentioned over the couple of days that we have played, when looking at the Eastern Storm innings and the exceptional innings from Deva Mare, the youngster who scored 62 off a lot of deliveries, there was times where it looked like he was questioning the role he was supposed to be playing out there. Should he be aggressive? Should he be maintaining his wicket? Where they looked, it's just as if there was a bit of confusion. But with these two batsmen out there, these two experienced campaigners, they do make it look very easy. It looks they've come in this morning again and they've already scored easily. They've controlled the momentum, and it just shows you what that experience difference does make.
Big appeal there for LBW from Grant Thompson. Umpire Shazi not interested. Yeah, both these guys have looked very confident and patient out there in the middle. You spoke about Devan Mare. One's got to credit, both the batters that played with him. I think it was Andrew Rasimeni and the other batter was Albani. And both of them actually got involved with him in a very good partnership. So I think he trusted the ability of those two batters. And we all know Devan Mare is a very attacking player. Obviously helping his team to get to a total of 277 when we thought they would actually get dismissed for under 200 at one stage.
Just looking at the way these guys are gracing the ball, playing that, it looks like they have ample time at each delivery. They've been using their feet beautifully against the spin. It's been a spin masterclass, the batting here.
Yeah, I think if you look at both of them, initially it looks like they're comfortable playing Ernest Kem off the back foot, but they have used their feet well, and they've also swept well during their innings. Again, off the back foot, pulls that away, and that's a maximum from Gian Cloete.
Gian Cloete picking up the short delivery early, rocking back, and as we said, he's got all of it. That's the second time he's done it in this innings.
And that brings up the under partnership of 167 balls between these two batters. Cloete has been in absolutely amazing form in this format. Over 600 runs in this competition. By far the leading batter in this format.
I'm sure he's putting a smile on Coach JP Trigart's face once more again here this morning so far.
Yeah, they, like I said earlier on, they would love to get into an early lead, make sure that they get a decisive lead here for the Flexbrand Knights. Just looks like Ernest Kem struggling with his lines this morning, and the ball also too short. And the two Knights batters have held themselves to a couple of boundaries early on. Much better line.
End of the over, and Rafiq, it's possibly landed in that area we had a look at this morning and said, you know what, there might just be something there.
Yeah. No, and two nights back, Cloete not offering a shot early on. He could have gotten himself into a bit of trouble there, but it does much better line, a bit of rough there, and if Ernest Kim can exploit that, you know, all goes well for the Eastern Storm.
When he initially brought himself into the attack, what I really liked is where Tumelo Simelane was coming straight at the wickets. He's coming over the wicket at them. Ernest Kim came in and he bowled a much wider off-stump line. And at that time, it was a bit more troubling for the batsman having to try play through the offside. He was trying to force them playing into the offside. As that delivery we spoke about. But since then, he's come around the wicket, he's come straight again, and it's just not offered that much resistance or difficulty for the left-handers.
Yeah.
And as you can see with Grant Thompson, just that final delivery of the last over as well, just asking a couple of questions.
Thompson, like I said earlier, onto the two left-handers, is a good matchup, but I also think he's bowling from the right end with a slope, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Knights use their bowlers when they go out to bowl again. I thought in the first innings, obviously Dane Pitt being very proactive, initially thought that they bowled Malusi Botha from the wrong end, but he obviously changed his bowl as well, kept the Eastern's batters thinking, and they pulled it back nicely to get the Eastern Storm to 7 wickets down at some stage for what was 170. So thinking ahead, obviously, not trying to get too far ahead of ourselves. The Knights, as we said, first target for them would be that 277. And from there, obviously, look to get themselves into a decent lead. Bowling change here from the Willows end.
Now this is interesting. We've been asking for it from yesterday. Is Yuri Snyman. To see him brought into the attack.
Yeah, off spin from both ends at the moment. Obviously, it sensed that Ernest Kim wasn't all that effective against the two left-handers. I like this change, as we've seen that Thompson has troubled both these batters. So they're going to give Yuri Snyman an opportunity to turn his arm from the Willows end.
That's where he wants to be. Currently his field has got a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, no mid-wicket in place. He's got a long off and a sweeper.
Yeah, 4 guys out in the boundary, and Cloete, experienced campaigner, knows that there's a lot of gaps out there, a lot of 1s and 2s. You can see the 2 fielders out on the boundary on the offside are about 20 meters, 10 to 20 meters in from the boundary rope, and that is the long boundary at this ground. Up in there, chance just short of that extra cover fielder.
Rafiq, now your question is, why didn't they bring him on earlier? Already asking the right questions. We spoke about those patches with the ball that is turning. He's going to be creating those opportunities. And this time it's much straighter and it's gone fine. Deep square leg will recover. They'll come back for 2.
Yeah, I think the Knights would be licking their lips, and if they look at this with the off spinners troubling the left-handers. We saw that in the Eastern Storm team, there are 3 left-handers in their top 6, Snyman, Kim and Seko Kuni. Somebody like Dane Pitt especially bowls well in the second innings, as well as Seth Fledermaus. They would be quite keen to bowl at this Storm team in the second innings.
It's the end of the over, end of the 78th over. The Flexbrand Knights 247 for 1.
30 behind at this stage. As I said earlier on, if you are realistic, you'd probably think that there can only be two results in this game. The one sees the Knights winning, and the other one possibly a draw. The Knights would most probably look and say, if they can bat for most of the day, maybe give themselves an opportunity to bowl to this Eastern Storm team before close of play, and that would be an ideal situation for them.
So there was some deliberation yesterday, Rafiq, and still looking for a bit of clarity, but what we've heard is that if this game were to end in a draw, the title won't be shared, but the Knights will be crowned the winners. So there's been a lot of discussion regarding this. Will it be shared or will they win? Being top of the log.
Interesting. Obviously there's some prize money at stake. And if it means that if the Knights draw this game, they then effectively win the trophy and the prize money of 450,000, if that is what you're telling me, the Eastern Storm needs to make a play because the Knights are holding all the cards at the moment.
Yes, so we were walking up there this morning trying to figure out. Oh, this is driven beautifully by Cloete. It beats cover. Long off makes a valiant effort but won't stop it. And another boundary, and for me, shot of the day, Rafiq.
Yeah, top shot there by Cloete. Beats that extra cover fielder. Got himself into a good position. And that ball obviously timed well enough to beat those two fielders out in the outfield as well.
Oh, this is driven beautifully by Cloete. It beats cover. Nice. Long also comfortably here in the 79th over, only losing the 1 wicket. Still trailing by only 25.
This partnership has grown to 109. Patrick Botha has played his part as he's done for much of the season. He's been involved in some valuable partnerships.
We have no image. We have no image.
I think a lot was said yesterday about Cloete needing to make sure that he gets a big 100 here. And he started off well this morning. And the Knights would look at him and hope that he helps himself to a big 100.
Yeah, interesting conversation Aubrey brought on yesterday regarding Cloete is he's still 31 years of age. He's been in top form this last season. He's got a couple of hundreds to his name, a couple of big scores, and that he could possibly still be looking at getting to the level of green and gold, getting back into the mix. What do you think, Rafiq?
Yeah, I suppose Gian would obviously set his sights and hope that that happens. I think highly unlikely, to be honest. Yes, he's an experienced campaigner. He's got two centuries this season. Could have had 4. I think the game against Mpumalanga last week got to 90 odd not out, and there was another knock of about 80. Listening to Spoot Smith yesterday, Gianna's got 14 centuries behind his name. So yeah, maybe if you look at it, 31-year-old experienced campaigner, I'm not too sure if he's gonna don the green and gold anytime soon again.
We have seen a couple of players come up, had a cameo, if you would say so, up there. It would be awesome to You see, he's being merited for his hard work. And this is a beautiful shot. It's over pitch, full toss, and it's hit past mid-on. And that's a half century for Patrick Botha. Comes off 104 deliveries, 7 fours. And this stalwart campaigner for the Flexbrand Knights shows once again the value that he brings and contributes to the side. He's being merited for his hard work.
Experienced campaigners, averaging.
And this is a beautiful shot. It's over pitch, full toss, and
half century again. Just exposing that leg stump for a second there, and do well maybe just to cover that as well.
So Rafiq, I have a question for you. It's now the 80th over. The ball is turning. Your 2 off spinners look as if they're just unsettling. Do you opt for the new ball, bringing back your seamers, or do you remain with this spin attack?
Yeah, I think it's a good matchup here for the Eastern Storm with the 2 off spinners. And again, 2 in batters at the moment. I would most probably say to stick with what you have. You could find yourself in a situation where there are 2 new batters coming in, and then you can maybe utilize that new ball. But at the moment, I think a good matchup here. Again, using his feet, Pat Botha or Cloete.
So that concludes the 80th over. Flexbrand Knights 257 for 1.
Just watching the opening first session of this match, where the Eastern Storm got off to a flyer. Yuri Snyman, a dangerous cricketer, batting with Ernest Kim. Just off, and they were going at about 5s and 6s at that stage, showing some good intent. But just after that, the Knights managed to pull that back nicely, the run rate, and control the run rate, and that got them the rewards that they were looking for. And at the moment, the Knights are going at 3.2, looking very comfortable out there in the middle.
This is short and it's cut. It's cut between extra cover and cover. And what a beautiful shot. It pierces the field. And that's another boundary for Patrick Botha.
Yeah, proper half tracker there from Grant Thompson. Very comfortable out there in that Botha. Off the back end, onto
this is short and it's cut.
Boundary.
It's cut between extra.
Going at 3. A little bit quicker this time around.
It's wide again, it's cut, this time stopped at cover. Oh, miscommunication there for a moment between the runners. Rafiq, so far this morning session, again, every morning session so far, the batsmen have come out and they've taken charge. And at the moment the runs are flowing quite nicely here for the Flexbrand Knights.
Yeah, obviously both of these batters spend some time in front of the wicket, been out there for long enough, looks confident. Big appeal from Thompson. Umpire Shezi not interested. Yeah, both these guys are most probably the 2 most experienced players in this Knights team, apart from Malusi Siboto and Dane Pitt. Looks confident. And as I say that, obviously thinking about looking at that team, some experienced cricketers that big appeal from Thompson. They've done well so far this season, winning the T20 competition and obviously finishing top of the log in the 4-day format. And that, I think, accumulating 15 points in each of these competitions almost certainly secures them promotion to Division 1. which I suppose would have been the main goal for the season.
Just having a thought here, young Ruben Murray, he's been padded up for a while now. Been nervous to get out there and play in the final?
Yeah, and I suppose he's a player that comes from our pathway, from the Free State Pipeline, Captain Grey College, high school, played at the Kayamajola Week, and it's good to see players coming through your pathway and doing well at this level.
Oh, and it's a missed field. Long off will have to cut it off.
Just over pitching both these off spinners at times, and the two Knights batters good enough to capitalize on that. Yeah, Ruben Murray has obviously done well for himself. He's averaging also in the close to 40 in this format. On debut, getting a big 100 against Limpopo, and also in a situation where they played against Northern Cape, got about close to 80 in a match where the Knights were struggling. So he's done well for himself.
Well left on this occasion, as you see a bit of that turn.
Yeah, 134 on debut for Ruben Murray. Started the day off with the Knights being 49 runs behind the Eastern Storm. That deficit now just 14. So the Knights are in the pound seeds at the moment. A lot of batting still to come. Rowan Haasbroek, magnificent innings against the Eastern Cape in Yati a couple of weeks back, where he got more than 170 runs in that game. And he's the type of player that can take a game away from you. Impacted a couple of games this year with the bat. It's been a good acquisition also for the Knights, Rowan Haasbroek.
As you said, there's a lot of batting to come. Still only 1 wicket down. And a lot of these guys on the Flexbrand Knights side, more than capable with bat in hand.
Yeah, even you can go down to 8 and you see the youngster Boast coming in at 8. He's played a good hand last week against Mpumalanga, getting 80 in that match. And again, a crucial knock for it from him, where the Knights is helping the Knights to get a decent lead over the Rhinos. And we've seen Malusi Botha also this season involved in some crucial partnerships with the bat. So a lot of batting here for the Knights still to come, and just playing it, not panicking or looking all at ease at the moment. They know they are in the pound seeds, and they're actually playing this quite well.
So if it is the case that a draw would end up being the title being given to the Flexbrand Knights, and they don't have to force a result here to achieve that, what would their thoughts be?
Yeah, I suppose just bet the Eastern Storm out of the game. Make sure that there can only be one winner. If that is the case, then they might just be betting up until tomorrow at tea time, I suppose. But I think if you know that a draw gets you the prize money and the title, why not? Just bet them out the game. And talk of stand to be corrected, prize money of 450,000 rand. So a lot at stake for both of these teams. I have to say the Eastern Storm has done well, and unlucky maybe in the T20 format. A couple of their games got rained out. They've had a good season under coach Jeffrey Toyana. look a bit deflated at the moment. Just wondering where the next wicket's going to come from, because it's looked fairly easy out there for the two batters.
I was about to say that, Rafiq, and it's one of those things, isn't it, when you've got two veterans out there, partnership of 122 runs, they haven't shown any sign of weakness or so forth. Beautifully played, as long on will recover, it's a single. And I'm just thinking back to that drop chance on 21 for Cloete. Dropped by the man bowling Yuri Snyman off the bowling of his skipper, Ernest Kemp.
Yeah, those chances you've got to take in these big matches. Could have been a different story, but as it is, only one wicket down at the moment.
Oh, and that's smashed by Patrick Botha. He saw it early, rocked back as they have done this innings, and he got all of it. 6 runs.
Yeah, all the bowlers this morning, just the odd ball dragging it in, as it is. Only one, both these batters, too good to miss out on that. Either over pitching at times or bowling it too short.
Oh, and that's smashed.
Not the consistency that you look for. And unfortunately, you can't create any pressure. Again, full toss. Just for one to that mid-on fielder.
So I'll bring back this question, Rafiq. With your two spinners not landing the ball as comfortably as they want to, or in the areas that they want to, does skipper Ernest Kemp consider that new ball?
Yeah, that's the only concern at the moment, is that both these off-spinners have not consistently bowled well. It might prompt him to think about it, but like I said earlier on, you would maybe want to save that new ball for the new batters when they do come in. But at some stage, it might force his hand into going that way.
Deficit only 4 runs.
Just looking at the field, it's clear to see that the Eastern Storm on the back foot, 4 fielders out on the boundary, not as attacking. Obviously the slip in place.
Shorter pull to mid-on, does well to field it. Driven beautifully through cover, got a hand on it. Long off will do the fielding, but they'll come back for 2. Brilliant running.
Yeah, Cloete has got good hands, just timing that and not overheating that. Second time the ball's gone through that area.
Just gonna have a look at the ball again.
Yeah, they're taking the new ball, it seems. So we've spoken about this, and it does seem like Ernest Kemp's hand was forced and they've taken the new ball. So interesting stage of the game again.
You know, and Rafiki, you've got to help me. You don't want to be too critical. As if you're looking at the Flexbrand Knights and what your off spinners are usually, your finger spinners are known for. They are the guys known to work your workhorses, get you through a bunch of overs, be consistent, build a bit of pressure. Unfortunately, this morning it's not been the case for them. Granted, these aren't their front line spin bowlers. The two left arm orthodox, Similani and Ernest Kim, have not fared that well to the left-handers. But they would have ideally not been in a situation where they want to take that new ball.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just looking at this eastern side, and over the season, they've been heavily reliant on Ernest Kim. He's taken 40 wickets in this campaign so far. So you are looking for some of these other bowlers to backing up. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's difficult to see where the next wicket's going to come from, other than Ernest Kim, for example. As the two off spinners, maybe not as consistent, either too short or over pitching it today.
And that brings my end stint here of a commentary. You'll be joined by Aubrey Swanepoel.
Morning, Orbs.
Good morning, Raf.
Former Knights captain.
Yeah, good to have you here with us this morning. What do you make about the tactics that we've seen here this early? As we see the deficit that the Eastern Storm had overnight has been vanished, and it's all even Steven at the moment. New ball's just in play, so it's going to be interesting to see what the skipper and his brain trust look to do to find the next wicket.
Yeah, still a fine balance between defend and attack. Yeah, you see Ernest Kim also still has 3 fielders out in the boundary to the leg side.
Just one thing that you can take away from the Knights, Flexbrand Knights bowling innings was Dane Pitt got the one end close, and it allowed his seamers to bowl for longer spells. As we've seen Malusi bowl like double what the seamers in the Eastern Storm team has bowled. So I think that's just the difference between what guys that's been playing the game and setting up finals and how it's been done. You could just see their seamers only bowling 11, 12, 13 overs, where if you looked into the Knights team, most of their bowlers were bowling 15 and plus.
No, absolutely. And again, that's the value of having somebody like Dane Pitt in your team. He can do a job like that. He's been absolutely phenomenal in this format for the Knights. Almost 26, 27 wickets thus far in the season. And I think the big factor here is this wicket's got a slope, and most of the Knights seamers with their skill set would prefer to bowl from the Loch Logan end. Langa, Siboto and even Van Vieren, because that's where they had the most success from. So you needed somebody from the Willows end that could do a job, and that was Dane Pitt.
One thing I can say that the Eastern Storm now having the new ball in their hand is the Knights, Flexbrand Knights were scoring freely, so it was pointless having the old ball if they were still batting at 5-6 runs and over. When now they have the new ball in, they might get the ball just to swing a bit. It will be interesting to see who will be bowling from the Loch Logan end, if he's going back to Rasameni or Aman Khan, those guys were the opening bowlers.
It does look like Aman Khan that's getting the pullover off. He's going to be bowling from that end. And just listening to you guys over the last couple of days, it seemed like that there was something in it with the new ball. Yesterday it just seemed like it was just straight up and down. And also interesting that you commented on the seamers yesterday coming around the wicket, not over the wicket. So at this stage it does look like Khan is going to be bowling over the wicket.
Yeah, I'm sure if we had the pitch map on a monitor at the moment, we would have seen that the Knights bowlers bowled a lot fuller than what the Eastern Storm guys, and probably they coming from the Highveld and they look to hit more back of a length, and the wicket wasn't the ideal wicket that we normally see in Bloemfontein. A little bit slower than the normal wicket, but I just think the Knights guys adjusted quickly and they summed up the wicket quickly, and they felt where the danger periods were, the danger zones were for batters. And I just think Eastern Storm guys, they just hit the pretty length, and with a new ball the batters could leave easy, and it's going to be interesting to see if Aman Khan can get really full and get Gian driving here.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially yesterday. bit that I watched, obviously not a lot of cricket played, but the two seamers did bowl that back of a length, and at times also too straight, which allowed the Knights players to help themselves to some runs through the leg side or behind the wicket on the leg side. So spot on, and again I do feel that the wicket was maybe a tad slow. Saw some guys got caught in cover, etc. So you want to get these guys to come forward and also get your slip cordon in place, in play.
Well, what we only spoke about yesterday was their seamers only bowled like three or four balls in a good area, and the fifth and sixth ball was always the boundary ball. That's why if you can see, probably about 200 of that 278 that they have, they'd outscore Eastern Storm with boundaries by probably double because of the width they bowl, or they came too straight, and that was just showing that they weren't doing the hard work for longer periods, letting the ball hit the keeper's gloves, as we all speak about for the cricket.
Yeah, we always speak about that magic ball that bowlers sometimes want to bowl, lacking the patience. And that's where the Knights have been good this season, especially with Malusi Siboto on the team. I mean, he goes for under 2 and over in this format. Only Patrick Botha goes for less runs and over than him. But Patrick has obviously bowled a lot less over, I think about something like 30. Malusi Siboto has been phenomenal for the Knights. He's been injury free. He's played every game. He goes for under 2 and over, picks up the speed. With that, he also takes wickets, and he adds value with the bat lower down the order as well.
Yeah, it's good you mentioned somebody like Malusi Siboto, and I think that's what Eastern Storm need now, is someone to do a role like Malusi Siboto. We see on day 2 he came there, he bowled from the Willows and he bowled a 6-over spell, and then within 10 minutes he took the ball again and he came from the log Logan in and he wrapped up the tail, took 2 wickets in about 2 overs. So I think that's what the Eastern Storm need now, someone that's going to do the workhorse of the team and bowl 7-8 over spells, but control the run rate, get that run rate to where we felt up here was 2.5 created chances for both teams.
Absolutely. Now we saw the Eastern Storm day 1, first session, got off to a flyer. With at that stage Yuri Snyman was batting with Ernest Kemp, and Yuri Snyman is a dangerous cricketer. He can take a game away from you quickly, but as soon as the Knights got his wicket, they managed to pull that run rate back from under 6 to almost 3 and under, and that at the end of the day, that pressure that they created got them the rewards and the wickets that they needed.
Patrick punches that one off the back foot just behind point. The idle threw for 2 runs as the Knights moves on to 281 for the loss of 1 after 87.
Pat Botha on 68 at the moment. He's also been one of those players that have played his part this season, been involved in some crucial partnerships for the Knights, and again consistently this season as well, averaging over 40 in this format. One of the better athletes also in the team, ultimate professional.
Yeah, he's definitely a banker. He's moved from 5-6, batting in this game at number 3. So he's versatile to move at any place where the team need him. And I think just losing Jacques' name on there for the SA20, he was willing to do the role that normally Jacques would open and Gian would bat 1 down, or Saki would bat, Isaac would bat at 3. So it was nice to see him move up that role and take a bit of leadership, as he's led Free State for years now.
Yeah, loyal servant, served the province well. Spoke about the leadership in this Knights team for Division 2 team. There's a lot of experienced cricketers, a lot of leaders, even with when Dane Pitt wasn't available due to the SA20 format. Players like Malusi Botha stepped up. Excellent shot there again from Cloete. Good awareness.
Yeah, just a bit of confusion seeing there from the batters if it went over the ropes, but clear signal
Botha
from the
stepped up.
umpire.
Excellent
good-
shot
good.
there again from
One thing I can say, it's been Gian's
good
he's faced
awareness.
all 87 overs, and we've asked for that reverse sweep, but I think what he did well is he's earned that right to play that reverse sweep. If you look at modern cricketers, they tend to go to that shot as a one option, look to rotate strike. But it's good to see the maturity in his innings here. He's 139, and that's the first time we've seen him really play that type of cricket shot, because there was a time backward point was not in play there, and it's only in day 4 now that Gian's pulled out the reverse sweep.
Yeah, he's obviously in his early 30s, but he is a very mature cricketer, very experienced cricketer as well. I heard you guys speak yesterday on commentary about that he's got 14 centuries at this stage. You got it right the first time around, and then the second time you changed to 17.
Yeah, because I remember, Raf, there was a time that we were actually even Stevens with hundreds. So I think that this season he's had a couple of hundreds, and I thought he would have gone past me. And it's fascinating to see that we're still even Steven at 14.
Yeah, okay. A lot of credit to you also, Aubrey. Yeah, and he could have had more this season. I recall the game against Mpumalanga, the previous game he got 90 odd not out. And there was another game where he got himself to about 80. But he's done well. He's the leading run scorer in this format. He's got more than 600 runs to his name. And he's had an excellent season for the Flexbrand's Knights.
Yeah, the interesting topic I think for the Knights going to be this season is when the bigger unions come hunting for players. We've seen that it's in the stories about restructures, about what CSA is speaking about. So it's going to be interesting to see how coaches are going to sign for the 2026 season. But how much of the 11 contractors, top contract guys and the HP guys, because the Knights has really had an unbelievable start to their campaign, winning the 2020s in a final now in the 4-day cricket. Normally when teams do well, big unions come and do shopping at the smaller unions.
Yeah, it's an interesting time of the season. I think the window only basically opens on the 10th of March. But you do find that provinces and franchises will be sitting down and discussing, retention of players and who they want to recruit. So a lot of these guys have been loyal to the Knights. Again, a big appeal for LBW from Khan.
Just looking from back here, just looked like maybe just height. It did sound a lot softer than pad. I think it might have been just on the on top in the knee roll as we watch it again. He's probably been the guy with the between him and Andrew Rasimeni. Although Andrew's gone at a his boundary count was the leg side offside, but Aman Khan's probably controlled the best line and length with the ball in hand, and it's something that Eastern Storm needs to work on. Is someone that can do it from both sides, not from one side. And I think Ernest will probably be disappointed in the way he's bowled. He's bowled really well in this competition, picking over 40 sticks, and his economy was like below 2s. And coming into this game, he would have wanted to have stepped up, because in the last time these two met, he was the go-to guy. He took wickets first and second innings for his team.
Yeah, the bowling figures suggest that Khan has done a decent job. Obviously just going for just over 2. Unfortunately not any success at this stage. And you're right, Andrew Rasimeni has been one of the key bowlers for the Eastern Storm. Also an experienced campaigner. It's been part of the Free State and Knights setup, played in in the Northern Cape as well, I think. So he's been around the block, Andrew Rasimene.
Yeah, I think his cricket started Joburg, Wits region, then he went to the Northerns, he played a bit under Charlie, then he came to Free State, played under Eddie. I think then he went back home, and then as restructure happened, he played again under Charlie at Northern Cape, and he did really well. And I think that's what earned him going to Easterns as their frontline bowler. And I'm sure as a premium fast bowler, the one teams will be looking at him because he has taken wickets for this team.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting, like you say, obviously a time for people to look at recruiting and retaining players. And the Knights have got a good crop of players here, some experienced players that buys into the culture that Coach JP Trichard wants to instill. And I suppose you want to see most of them being retained and just strengthen your squad for the next 2 years, which with the restructuring, obviously 2 years before there's any promotion relegation taking place again, that just gives you a bit more consistency, so to speak.
100%. I think teams are going to look to, they've got to sign over a two-year period. It allows a team to just build more. I think it was quite difficult, as we've seen for the past 4 years. The same team has gone up, same team has gone down. It's just like a yo-yo effect. So it's quite difficult to have a team culture built just over one year period. So it does allow teams more growth and develop players, is what Cricket South Africa is speaking about. So what's going to be interesting how that developing process works, as they want to see Div 2 cricketers develop more younger players.
Yeah. See a bowling change here from the Willows end, Andrew Rasimene coming into the attack. Yeah, I think it's important for the central region to have a team in Division 1. We've always said that, and it's good that it's now over a 2 year period. And the Knights would be, people are hungry for cricket down in Bloemfontein and the central region. We've seen people talk about the possibility of SA20 matches getting to this part of the world. And the Knights would want to make sure that they don't make up the numbers in that Div 1. They want to win trophies like they've done this year in Div 2. They want to win trophies and they want to play an exciting brand of cricket that brings people back to the stadium. And who knows where that takes you at the end of the day. So it's been a good season for the Knights. And let's hope that they can make their mark in Division 1 as well.
As we see Rasimene come around the wicket, it's good that you're mentioning that, Raf. I think something that the Knights are probably going to look to work, and probably a target that they'll have come the winter time, is going into Div 1 and not just competing, but going there and winning trophies, because trophies in Div 1 is what people remember about. It's not the team that competed there. So when they go up there, JP and his team, they got to put the good brain trust together, and how they're going to win trophies, as Patrick hits that one straight to Divan Murray at extra cover. So the main thing is, when the Knights go up, that they go there with a mindset of winning trophies.
Yeah, spot on. Coach JP Trichard's done a good job. He's obviously got his support staff working with him, Rowan Derksen and Sherry Hendricks. Suppose you spoke about the brain trust, you might be looking at adding to that support staff. We see that not just from a playing point of view, but also off the field management.
100%, and it's good to see that the likes of Aaron Pangiso around here. He's played for South Africa. He's in the system now, so it's someone that they can lean on, and he's played in teams that's won trophies. He's played in the Lions when they were doing really well back then, when it was still Champions League, and he then moved on to the Titans, where the Titans dominated for a long period. And so it's not a bad guy to lean on when you're looking to build your team going into the future.
Yeah, Pangi adds massive value to this province. Really embraced his new role as a coach, transitioned well from playing into coaching, and he's such a big mentor to some of these youngsters that we have in the setup. People like Bongim Shlanga, Mondi Makunku, Darian Rabi, all left-arm spinners that have flourished under his guidance and coaching. And like you say, he does bring with him also a winning mentality, having played in teams that do have that.
Yeah, I was to see there's a bit of hold up between Andrew Rassimeni and Valdo Lattegang. He's, just for the viewers, he has been warned for running on the danger period, on the danger strip. So probably just telling him to get off.
Oh, that could have been close. Just a bit of hesitation there between the two batters, and I think at that hit, that would have been a close score.
It's always good to see the ability of a fast bowler moving quickly to his right of his bowling. I remember when I started playing, a guy like Ryan Mack used to always get off in difficult periods, like wickets like that for us, because he was quick to the ball and he was always willing to go down.
It also shows that both these batters are willing to still make sure that they work hard for their runs, scamper through for the singles. This partnership now 146.
Oh, that looked like a great bumper there to Gian. But you just see the eyes already well set, faced over 250 balls. So getting out of the way, he played that really well. Because it did look like the ball followed him there, but well played. Because he has found himself, like last season, I remember in Div 1, a lot of teams look to bump Gian early. You can see that he's clearly worked hard in the off-season, playing the short ball and looking to just get away from it or under it. And it's always a guy that's watching the ball all the way if he gets under the ball.
Yeah, he did well in the end just to get out the way there. It's almost like he was a bit two-minded. But eventually getting out the way. You just still get the feeling that these two batters look totally in control. Touch wood for the Knights. So you wonder looking at where the wicket's going to come from.
Yeah, but I must say the new balls now, about 10 overs, we haven't seen a lot of movement from the new ball. So it's in the back of the mind there. The Flexbrand Knights got to think, are they going to get, firstly got to get a good lead, got to get 200 plus, as there still is now an extra day. Everybody's used to playing 4-day cricket. So this is a 5-day final, so just allow them to bat well today. And once that lead goes over 100, doubt starts creeping into the opponent's head. And it's going to be difficult, I feel, as we've seen these a lot of spin. We've seen spin from the part-time of Grant Thompson and Yuri there. So once they're going to face the likes of Dane Pitt, who's an international bowler, they got to have their ducks in order.
Yeah, you do get to that stage at the moment where we've been out here now for almost an hour, where you do feel that there's only one team that can win this game. It's only two results possible, I think. Either the Knights win or it's going to be a draw. And you spoke about a possible lead. Before coming here, I also thought if you can get to at least a 200 lead, you give yourself something to bowl at. Maybe have a bite, have a go at them before close of play. But just listening to John earlier on and him mentioning that even if the Knights draw this game, they still are crowned the champions.
Yeah, it's interesting playing conditions that now creeped into the playing affairs. I don't think a lot of teams knew that going into the final, but if you read it, it's clearly stated in the playing conditions about the team that finished first automatically, if it's a draw, they'll be crowned champions. So, but I think that's not the type of cricket the Knights played, and we've seen them this season. They're always a team looking to win. So it's going to be interesting. Also, I feel like when do they look to accelerate, and because the main topic is probably in the changing room that there's been rain yesterday. There's a lot of rain forecast. And there's an appeal there just the topic in the changing room is about when do they pull the trigger on batting at 4s, 5s, because we all know that there's rain forecast for today and tomorrow. It's probably in the changing room that there's been rain yesterday. There's a lot of rain forecast.
This morning, Gian maybe just looking to play that a bit too square, but that seems to be missing leg stump as well. Both these umpires have had quite a good game. Umpire Shezi and Waldo Lategan, both of them have obviously played first class cricket. Umpire Shezi has played for the national team as well.
Yeah, they definitely look like just a shorter tactic here to Gian. We see now, previous over, Andrew getting a couple to go past Gian, and here halfway through Armand's over, we've seen the first bumper, and that one was also just pulled back on the length there. So it does look like they have the tactic of going with short here to Gian.
Yeah, the Knights, this wicket that they play on is the exact same wicket that they played against the Eastern Storm in the first game of the season. And just watching this ball. Big Joe van Dijk picked up a fifer in the first innings during that game, bowling the Eastern Storm out for just over 44. And then Dane Pitt in the second innings also getting 5. So deliberately also, I think, from Coach Trichard wanting to play on the same wicket here, this slope wicket with the slope. They've done well on this, and like I said earlier on, some of their bowlers, especially Alanga and Suborto, with that slope, quite dangerous customers. And so it's proved that this attention to detail could just prove that they ultimately also reap the rewards in this game.
Yeah, they definitely did fancy playing on this strip. I think all their home games this season, if you just, I think you've been here, they've probably played on the same strip. So they definitely do well on this wicket, and they probably train also on the wicket, so they know where danger periods or danger zones are on the wicket. So you can just see the way that their batters applied themselves as Andrew goes short to Pat. Chases on from Christopher Britt. And that's another boundary there.
Now, misfield there from Britt. And Botha gets another boundary. And this partnership now, 150, comes off 262 balls. Pat Botha, 76 of that, and Cloete, 67. So, excellent partnership here for the Knights after that. Good first wicket partnership as well. These two have just continued in that. You spoke about the lengths earlier on being a tad too short, especially from the Eastern Storm boys. And again, they're too short from Andrew Rasimene. Loose shot from Pat Botha just outside the off stump. Bit of width offered.
Yeah. I must say, watching the Knights just do their business on the first innings, you could see that their bowlers had a bit more of a plan than what we see from the Eastern Storm. Eastern Storm has bowled, I'm sure if we have stats and stuff, boundaries were scored leg side, offside, everywhere. But the Knights guys were bowling the same ball for a long period, and you could just see there was a lot of dry patches where Eastern Storm didn't have any boundaries. And it could just show that they were eating the danger areas on the wicket for longer. Where we seen Andrew get that one just to stand up on the length, and we didn't see enough of that balls, I think, from the Eastern Storm.
I suppose if you look at the field and you see that deep square leg and that fine leg out, it does tell you that he could be utilizing the short ball. But you've spoken about the pace of this wicket. And maybe just not quick enough to get the ball into those areas where we saw earlier on Pat Botha pulling that ball way in front of square. Bit of discomfort here, Pat Botha. That ball maybe just in that uncomfortable area, hitting him in that.
I just felt if you watch that ball there, he got it just on the stumps, tad fuller, and it allowed the ball to do what it was doing, what we've seen from, as you see Andrew go full there. Half a shout there from the keeper.
Yeah, I think Pat Botha getting a lot of bat onto that, but a good ploy just to change things up and go for the Yorker. We're asking ourselves the question, where's the next wicket going to come from?
Allowed the ball to do what it was. If you look around, we've seen from, as you see Andrew, not a lot of communication going on there. Heads are down, energies are low. I think Eastern Storm boys are just waiting for something to happen. I understand that they've been on probably over maybe 70 overs since they last had a wicket there. So it is quite difficult for a team to stay for this long. Energies high and wanting to do this. But I think the bowling committee got to get together and find someone within them that show true character and wanting to rock up here on day 4. Because if they wake up here and find themselves just off the tee, the lead might be past the 150 and quite difficult for them.
I saw both these bowlers yesterday, seamers coming around the wicket and at times going too straight. Saw a lot of runs getting scored behind the wicket through the leg side. Last ball of the 92nd over. The lead at this stage 17, and this partnership 150, both batters are in, and I think you spoke about it yesterday that Cloete needs to get himself a big 100 here. Driven past the extra cover fielder for 4. Excellent shot by Pat Botha as we get to the end of the 92nd over, 298 for 1, and a time for a change in commentary.
Yeah, what a great cricket shot there from Pat. Always good to see. Full extension of the arm, beating extra cover there. Great cricket shot.
Driven past
And
the
we
extra
welcome
cover
John
fielder
back
for
to
4.
comms.
Excellent shot by
Yeah,
Pat
but well
Botha as
deserved
we
break.
get to
Yeah, thank you, Aubrey, and thank you, Rafik. Always fantastic to have the experience of Coach Rafik in the commentary box. Flexbrand Knights 298, well, also won after 92 overs, and you could sense as we started off this day that they took the momentum. They scored a couple of boundaries, and they have not stopped since. Cloete and Patrick Botha. They are moving quite sharply at the moment. Partnership now 155 runs as Aman Khan will continue his spell from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, just looking at since the new ball, I know that we've been speaking about the new ball tactic going on here.
Well, this one's full, and Cloete, beautiful on drive. Will it have the legs to carry? They've run 3, umpires just having a deliberation, but it seems it will stand. It has been stopped off.
Well, that on drive brings up 300 for 1 after 92.1, 558 balls, 31 fours and 3 sixes. What a great cricket shot there from Gian. As we see, must have been bees or some flying insects around the umpire there.
He was just quickly doing a couple of matrix moves there.
But
Dodging.
one thing I can say, John, is that definitely the Knights guys are looking to accelerate here. We've seen a lot of boundaries in the last couple of overs, so they're definitely looking to put the accelerator on. But well played there from Patrick Botha.
Definitely looking to accelerate a bit maybe, and but also must be said, the bowling has been a bit indifferent. The looser deliveries has been on offer, and with the class of the 2 batsmen that are in form and have been at the crease for a while now, they're not going to miss out on those opportunities.
Yeah, they both did all the odd yards. the day before yesterday, earning the right to bat freely here today on day 4. But easy as it may, Aman Khan is getting the ball just to move a little bit. He's by far being their better bowler. But just a quick question for you. We spoke about the Knights winning the toss day 1 and then earning the right to bat freely today on day 4 into our bat when we felt the wicket as it may. Aman Khan is getting the ball just to. A lot of guys were feeling that if they won the toss, they would have also batted first. So the Knights had a clear tactic about how they want to do the things, and we spoke to the coach, and he was like, "This is the type of tactic they're looking to do. They're looking to bowl Eastern Storm out for a cheaper score. They got to 277 and bat once, and then look to dominate the game from there."
Again, shorter this time again. Patrick Botha opting to duck out of it once more. And just to answer your question, so obviously the Flexbrand Knights backed their skill sets and what they wanted to do. They had a plan. However, I would say the first day the batting conditions were the best we saw. There was not much on offer. I think that first 10 overs caught the Flexbrand Knights a bit off guard because there was really nothing on offer for the seamers, and we saw the skipper Dane Pitt bring himself into attack on the 3rd over, and they did well to adjust their plans according to the conditions. Straight on this occasion, off an appeal for an edge on the way through to the keeper. So it's always difficult. You've got a theoretical, and once you start playing, you see what actually is happening out there. But I do think they've done exceptionally well, because there was a moment in that Eastern Storm's batting innings where you felt, you know what, they might have made the wrong decision here. Should have gone out to bat, but they've done well. They restricted them to 277, and this morning they've chased that in, and they're leading with 24 runs.
Yeah, that lead keeps growing over by over. We've seen even Steven once the new ball was brought into play. So 24 runs are added on to their lead already. As Patrick chips that one to short the wicket. Fielder trying his utmost best, just not carrying to him. We've seen 24 runs added on to their lead comes around the wicket as Patrick chips that one to the short wicket from the sub fielder. Play.
As we see some cricket magic attempt as they changing the bails over.
Yeah,
doing anything at this moment to get a wicket?
Just looking into the field there now, John. If you look around here, I don't see the captain on the field. I don't see the likes of Grant Thompson. So it's going to be interesting to see with those guys off the field now, who's the brain trust in the team and who makes the decisions out there.
For the time being, it's Andrew Rasamenia to continue from the Willows End.
It's going to be interesting to see what the umpire says, if that was a shot there from Gian. Yeah, gives leg buys.
As we've discussed this morning, Aubrey, that no result will end up with the Flexbrand Knights winning. And with that in mind, that they could actually just bat the whole way through till the end of day 5 if they really wanted to. It does become a bit more gloomy here for the Eastern Storm.
Yeah, just chatting with the guys yesterday with the stop-start game we had, stop-start day we had yesterday. Definitely the Eastern Storm guys, they do know that could be applied from the Knights. But I was just saying earlier to Raf, I don't think that's the type of cricket the Knights have been playing this season. I think if they had a sniff of winning a game, they will buy in all of it and 100% try to win. They've had this mindset, I think, that they created early in the 2020s, like to win every game. And they've only had 2 hiccups this season. They've played 1 bad game against the Nyatis, losing the 2020 in East London, and then they've had a half a hiccup in Kimberley where there was rain involved, and the game did go up until end of day 4, but all 3 results was in there for Northern Cape. It was for the Knights there, but once again, like when they were in difficult periods, young boys, young leadership, like the likes of Ruben Murray got 80 that game to save the game for them. So definitely looking at batting order up until Siboto have all chipped in with a bat, so they're definitely looking to bat long and look to dominate tomorrow with the extra day.
And they're in a situation where it's just win-win. Either you can just battle the whole day, or you can try force a result and win and still win. You know, like they can't lose at this moment. If you look at that rule change.
Yeah, the favours differ in their corner at the moment, and finding themselves at 302 for 1 definitely looks more likely like the Knights are still in control. But just with that, I think the Knights have great cricket shot from Gian, as that one goes straight to Divan Murray at short cover. Good fielding there. But just what I want to come back to you there, John, is that definitely only two results in here. It's either someone's got to bat really well for Eastern Storm, or the Knights are going to take 10 wickets.
It's short and it's pulled hard and it's flat, and that's a beautiful boundary by Gian Cloete. Andrew Rasemenya going short on this occasion. Beautifully struck. It's short and it's pulled hard and it's flat.
Definitely seeing it as a beach ball, playing that one nice in front of square, but we've seen that tactic of the short ball there to Gian, but I think faced over 250 balls, he allowed him to play that shot, and he's played it well, as we've seen rolling the wrist there, hitting that one in front of square.
And again, this one struck so firmly, and that brings up the 150 for Gian Cloete. He's been in superb knock. It's come off 260 deliveries, 17 fours and 2 sixes. And that will be the drinks break. And again, this one struck so firmly. So back after the drinks break, Flexbrand Knights, 94 overs gone, 311 on the board. Cloete with 2 marvelous pull shots at the end of the previous over, and he got to 150. It's been a fantastic form here, Aubrey.
Yeah, I remember you and Raf speaking earlier about the drop catch, and at this level it just shows you when you drop big names they make you punish, and 150 is a lot of runs. If you remember, he was dropped on 21. So, and one thing you can see, the intensity between the two batters has still been at high level, and running 2 there on in the big pockets. We know that Mangaung Oval is the biggest field in South Africa, so the Flexbrand Knights are still finding the pockets and still looking to put the fielders under pressure.
Just looking at that previous delivery, running hard, getting 2 when there's not supposed to be 2. Man, it's a good 10 meters off the rope.
Just the guy that fielded the ball there. If you're looking at the seamers, he's probably the only seamer that we haven't seen come back for his 3rd spell. Was a guy like Albany. We've seen him bowl 2 spells. He's only bowled 10 overs there. If you look at 28 runs, so it's probably, you got to ask the question, why is he not bowled again? Because we've seen him bowl there to Gian yesterday or day before yesterday. And he did create some doubt in Gian getting forward or getting back, because he was a bit more pace than the likes of Aman and Rasimeni. So it's quite interesting to find out how come he hasn't bowled this morning yet. Just looks a bit like 2 out there is having a nice practice day. Guys are bowling back of a length and they're hitting it back to the bowler, doesn't look like they're looking to put the batters under pressure. They have created some chances, but nothing to their advantage this morning. Just dropping in the previous over of Aman Khan, dropping short there at mid-wicket.
Shorter on this occasion. Played well in the end by Patrick Botha to get it down to fine leg, keep that ball under control.
Yeah, he's definitely played the pull shot nice and late there. That one did definitely take off more than the others, as you see on the monitor there, that Patrick showing Gian that the ball has a bit more bounce than all the other bounces that they've faced this morning.
To our viewers, this is the type of situation most cricketers dread, being in the fielding side today.
I actually feel for the guys of Eastern Storm, because if they don't get a wicket here, they might be in the field, could be 130, 140 overs, which is going to take a toll on their body.
So what we mean by that is, you always talk about the scenario where there's 2 set batsmen, and Cloete has just gone down a bit uncomfortably with that last delivery. 2 set batsmen, and they're one on 151, the other one on 84. They've only taken 1 wicket almost in 2 days of play. 94 overs gone. You're tired, and you also know there's nothing that is going to stop this onslaught except yourself. You've got to manufacture those wickets. And at the moment, there's just no questions being asked to really get that reply. So character needs to be shown here. Now this one's over his head, down the ground. Won't have the feet, but they're going to come back for 2.
Yeah, that's probably the first time we've seen Gian looking to hit over the bowler's head. We've seen him hit the ball in the air when it was short and he pulled really well, but down the ground he's always kept it on the carpet. And he's, one thing I can say about Gian that applied himself for the 261 balls that he faced was he's earned the right to dominate. and the way he's playing now. We've seen those 2 pulls of Rasimeni in the previous over, so he's definitely earned the right of dominating now.
I think it's a scary thought at the moment if Cloete decides, you know what, I've got the runs to the board. I am the leading run scorer in this competition. I've done what I've needed to do. I've finished my mission. I'm going to have some fun here at the conclusion of this series. And we have seen he can strike the ball cleanly.
Yeah, as we see Rasimeni continue here from the Willow's End around the wicket to Patrick Botha. He finds himself on 84 with his partner on 152. I still haven't seen the guy like Albany.
Oh, you see a bit of chats going on between Andrew Rasimeni and Cloete. Some hand indications.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Albany gets a chance here. We haven't seen him loosening up the shoulders yet. As Andrew goes short to Pat. A guy that's on 84, you can't be bowling those half trackers to him.
And as if a replay from the previous over has gone short again on this occasion, it's Patrick Botha who dispatches it from Andrew Rasimeni. As we see a fielding change, cover being brought into the leg side, going to that mid-wicket region. And as Rafiq mentioned earlier, just not enough pace on the delivery as everything's been struck well up in front of square. He does have fine leg and deep square leg out. He's changing from over the wicket now, not around. It's wide. Oh, and it's a flash. It flies over Gully's head. And it's gone for another boundary, but half a chance nonetheless. It was a sharp chance.
Yeah, with that shot, Patrick moves to 92. Yeah, I think if it was just the taller guy at Gully there, we see Sekukuni at Gully, not the tallest guy in stature, trying his utmost best. I might have seen fingers at that one, but once again it was wide from Andrew there.
Not a good delivery, but how many times have we seen that the poor deliveries do get you the wicket? And on this occasion, half a chance nonetheless. It was a valiant effort. Not too sure that Sekukune standing at Gully.
Yeah, Andrew's been struggling his last 2 overs. Gian putting him under pressure in his previous over, and now this over Patrick's looked to dominate him as well. Patrick's moved to 92.
Oh, that's a much better delivery. Inviting him to drive.
Yeah, that's a good comeback there from Andrew Rasimeni, inviting the drive there. And that's another great ball there from Andrew, back-to-back balls. But just for the viewers, as Andrew took off there, we've just seen a bit of rain falling around here. But hopefully it's not for too long, because we want to see cricket being played here, but definitely some raindrops falling.
So just a quick check for you, Aubrey, on Patrick Botha's first-class career. 7,640 runs to his name, highest of 212 unbeaten, average of 43 runs. This one's pulled and it's going to go to fine leg on this occasion. Healthy strike rate of 65 and most importantly, he's got 17 centuries to his name, Aubrey, with 41 half centuries as well.
Yeah, that's those numbers you read out there as a first-class cricketer. I think any coach's dream to have those numbers in your team, averaging 40 for over 100 and plenty games there.
136 matches.
So to averaging 43, as you mentioned, is probably one of the better averages around the country. I think Div 1 and Div 2. So it just shows you the type of cricketer Patrick Botha has been over his cricket career. And he finds himself in 93. He's definitely thinking to add one to the 17 that he already have.
18 does definitely sound better than 17, eh, Aubrey?
100%. I think nowadays hundreds are so scarce to be found, and you'll take them anywhere they come. He's fought really hard. He's batted over 162 balls in a partnership with Gian Cloete at 182 already. So the two of them has definitely showed good intent. One thing I can say, since he came to the crease on day 2, his movements were great. He was getting forward. He left the ball well, and he's allowed him to play the way he has since he got to 50. Because I'm sure we'll see as he gets closer to the 100, he hasn't faced a lot of balls getting to the 93 that he's on now. But those numbers that you just read there, I think it's something Pat could be proud of, averaging 43. As Aman Khan just a tad too straight there. Patrick tucks that one just behind, and they jog through for 2 as Shazy shows leg buys there. Yeah, with that 2 leg buys, the leads creep now to 50 runs, and I'm sure if you look at all the players that keep looking at that lead, because as soon as that lead gets to 3 figures, it's definitely, we already spoke about this, only 2 results in, but they're going to have to bat really well on day 5. Yeah. The one thing you can say of all 3 Knights batters we've seen on display in the final here, they've played the ball nice and late under their eyes. Isaac came in there and he allowed the ball to come at him, and he played it under his eyes, and we've seen that from Gian. And just on that previous ball, Patrick seen the ball and he's played it nice and late off the back foot, and he didn't look to play the ball in front of him, and because that allows the slip to come in.
This one's played down to fine leg.
The surprising thing for me is the guy that spun the ball probably the most in the Eastern Storm team. We've only seen him bowl 11 overs, and we haven't seen him bowl since close of play on day 2. Didn't bowl any overs yesterday. We only played 20 plus overs. We've bowled this morning about 20 overs already. We haven't seen the likes of Simalani bowl yet, and he was the only one that got the ball to really spin there to the right and left handers.
Straight again, this time missing everything. Yeah, that has been the case. And when he came off, the skipper Ernest Kim brought himself back onto the attack, relying on his experience and obviously being the leading wicket taker. We saw the introduction of Grant Thompson from the Loch Logan end, and there were signs that it was working, turning the ball away, and Ernest Kim was continuing here from the Willows end to not much effect, and then he brought in Yuri Sreiman, hoping that the off spinner can turn the ball away and introduce something for them, but simply just not been the case for them.
If you look at their bowling lineup that's on there, the only
It's full, and this time it's up in the air. It's just going to clear mid off. It's not going to have the legs to get there. Patrick Botha wanting to take the attack here in the nervous 90s, as they say.
just before I leave here, just looking at their scoreboard, the only guy that picked up a wicket for them was Similani, and we haven't seen him bowl. But with that, we'll have training prompts as we have Raf back to join us.
Just confirmation, obviously, and again, if this game ends up in a draw, the Knights, by virtue of them being the top team on the log, will obviously win the trophy and the prize money of 450,000 rand. The runners-up gets 200,000.
And as we say that, we see a bowling change from the Willows end. And it's Christopher Brits who's being brought into the attack for the first time in this match. This is stuck neatly off the hip from Cloete for a single. Now Rafiq, we're not too sure that the Eastern Storm camp knew of that rule going into this match. Not entirely sure, we can be speaking under correction. But if that were the case, obviously that changes the way you approach the game.
Absolutely, I think it's an important detail. Knowing that you are the second place team, you've got to make the play and look to be positive and get a result. So just looking at them, the way they approached the batting in the first innings, obviously got off to a flyer, but after that the Knights pulled it back to under 2.5 and over, and just not getting enough runs on the board. You know, in this format you'd ideally want to bat just once. And so that 277, unfortunately not enough. At this stage the Knights have got a 55 lead, and if you look at what is at stake and how calm these two are going about their business, I suppose they would want to make sure that they just bat them totally out of the game. Pat Botha 4 short of getting to that 3-figure mark. Oh, jinxed him.
Patrick Cloete, it was a wider delivery from the new bowler Christopher Brits, and unfortunately gets a thick inside edge and it dislodges his middle wicket.
Just a loose shot there from Pat Botha. 3-figure that mark. Ball, maybe just the lack of pace doing him. Oh, jinxed him off the back foot through the offside, and unfortunately a thick inside edge. And that's the end of Botha for 96. He'll be bitterly disappointed. He's done so much hard work. And that's the end of this big partnership between Botha and Cloete as well. You can see as he walks off, very disappointed in himself. Thoroughly deserved 3 figures. So the bowling changes worked for the Eastern Storm. Brits coming into the attack and getting a wicket in his first over. 332 for 2.
The difference 4 runs makes, Rafiq, and he gets an ovation as he comes off the field. He's batted phenomenally for the Flexbrand Knights, getting them in this good position. Cloete is joined by the the young man, Ruben Murray, and we were singing his praises a bit earlier on. Great college pupil, skipper of that side, has shown tremendous success in his young career. Already got the century on debut, and he's here playing in the final for Flexbrand Knights.
Yeah, Ruben Maria, 134 on debut against Limpopo. Knights team, Flexbrand's Knights team at that stage were in a spot to bother. Came in and played superbly well. And then also in the game after that, also got 78 against the Northern Cape team when the team needed somebody to step up as well. So he's had a good season, averaging close to 40.
Just having a look at that first delivery, it looks as he's taking off stump guard. There, I think.
Yeah, it does look like it, and I mean, what a platform to come in and bat. Ideal opportunity for him to bat the rest of the day as well. He'd like to make sure that he gets himself in. It does look like he's taken that off stump guard.
Oh, and it's a misfield from Governor behind the wickets, and that's going to run all the way for four byes.
Yeah, Brits too straight at this occasion, but the bowling changes worked, and 2 down at this stage, and the lead 59 for the Flexbrand's Knights.
Discussions, and it does look as if the skipper is making 2 bowling changes, bringing the likes of Tumelo Similani back into the attack. He'll be bowling to Cloete, who's sitting on 154 runs. What a season he's had.
Aubrey spoke about and questioned why Similani has not bowled since the second day. He did feel that out of all the spinners, he's actually spun the ball the most, got most out of the wicket. And again, the Knights, 2 left-handed batters out in the middle, so they would be quite comfortable with this matchup.
At least, at the very least, there is a new batsman at least in the middle. But it's one of those things, Rafiq, where you get praised when you get it right, you get criticised when you get it wrong. So there was a moment on day 2 when Malusi Soboto and Dane Pitt were bowling a lot of overs, and you could have been a bit critical in saying, no, the veterans just want the ball. But at the end of the day, Malusi Soboto did get those wickets, and then you say, hang on, he was onto something. Now, so on the day you get it right, you get praised. On the day you get it wrong, you get criticised. And from a bowling perspective, yes, there's always these things in hindsight. We're sitting in the commentary box, you're saying you could have done this, could have done that. Always rather difficult when you're out there in the field, what to do at what right time.
Yeah, and I suppose that Dane Pitt and Malusi most probably felt that on this wicket they were probably the 2 bowlers most likely to wrap things up and get the wickets. Spoke about how good Malusi Soboto is for this Knights team, going at under 2s and picking up wickets in the process as well. And Dane Pitt as well, only played the 5 games, missed out a couple of games, but he's still one of the leading bowlers in this competition. Knights obviously without the services of Johan van Dijk. Picked up a bit of an injury in the warm-ups against Mpumalanga. But he's also been exceptionally good for them this season, picking up fifers in the first match between these two teams. He picked up 5 fifer, and he's looking at these numbers. He's averaging 12, and that's by far one of the best averages in this domestic 4-day competition. But it has been a good team effort for the Knights throughout this campaign. A number of people have put up their hands, and it's not just a one-man show. Obviously, Cloete has got the runs behind the belt. He's got more than 600 runs in this competition. Got to look at, we spoke about Ruben Maria, 100 run debut, and some crucial runs as well. Ruan Haasbroek has got big 170 in a crucial game against the Eastern Cape Inyati. Dane Pitt, over 26 wickets. Leadership, Malusi Siboto, Old Wars, runs in, never gets injured. Tian van Vieren picked up 9 in a game here last week against Mpumalanga. Ross Boast has come in. He's scored that 81 runs last week in a crucial game as well. Langa picked up 5 against Inyati. Seth Vleedemouse also contributing with both bat and ball in the opportunities that he got. Patrick Botha averages over 45 in this format for the Knights. So everybody has actually put their hand up and got the Knights to a position where they topple the log and in a strong position here in this final match.
What a pleasure it must be for Coach JP, as you said. You can go through the entire batting lineup, you can go through the entire roster, and everyone has contributed when it was mattered most. And that is why the Flexbrand Knights are the champions here in Division 2, going up back to Division 1.
Yeah, not forgetting Isaac Dikali, also averaging about 40. He's done a job for the Knights up the order. He's been superb in that final, also in that T20 final. We batted through the innings and helped the Knights post a winning total in the end. Cole Abrams has done well in the white ball format. So great team effort. Yeah, and credit also maybe to Coach Trichard and the selectors. Consistency in selection, not causing any panic, backing players in their positions, and they've rewarded him.
It has been a pleasure for myself having a look at a bit of the off-season work and what the likes of Ruan, the conditioning coach, is doing with the guys and getting them ready for the season alongside the planning of Coach JP. And you just saw the camaraderie that the side currently has, the chemistry with the players, and they did look like a winning side, and they've shown it here in the start of the season, and here at the end of the season they are the team.
Yeah, and speaking about Ruan Derksen, obviously he is at the moment the assistant coach, but 2 seasons back he was the conditioning S&C, and he's a multi-skilled individual, adds a lot of value also to the team, and as you said, this whole group has had a very good season and help the Knights to get back to where they rightfully belong, and that is Division 1.
Now, Rafik, as someone who's seen a lot of seasons over the years and got a lot of guys playing their cricket, what is the biggest change from Division 2 to Division 1? Obviously, you've got a change of mindset, couple of big things need to occur. Is that the case?
Yeah, it is definitely a big step up. You spoke earlier on about sort of looking at the bowling attack and not getting enough balls into good areas, whereas in Div 1 you'd most probably find that those bad balls are far apart. You don't get too many of those bad balls that you can put away. So the standard obviously just being so much different. You'd be playing week in and week out against players that plays at the highest level, international cricket. As we see here, it's going to be interesting if he got some bat onto that. Umpire Shezi says no, that is buys. Again, seen a couple of those, and the keeper maybe not just doing himself any justice, Govinder. So for a number of these players also, Div 1 would not be foreign. I mean, a lot of them have played in Division 1 before, they know what it takes, and it's a major step up again. But that's where you want to play, you want to measure yourself against the best. And I do believe that the majority of the Knights players.
Oh, there's an appeal. It was taken by Grant Thompson at first slip, but umpire Shazy not interested.
Interesting to have a look at this again. Because the keeper just going the other way.
Oh, there's
and
an
it could
appeal.
be that he's missed a stomping chance there as well. So Govinder not having the best game behind the stumps. It did spun and beat the outside edge of an advancing Cloete. And that's interesting because for the left-hand bowler to get that ball to go away from Cloete.
Just wondering, did it come off the pad maybe that it deviated that much? Was it a Karen ball? I haven't seen him bowl a Karen ball.
Yeah.
No ball bowled on this occasion, but the return of Tumelo Similani has asked a lot of questions here.
Yeah, he has. And again, Aubrey Swanepoel asked about it, and you have to question why he wasn't brought into the attack earlier.
Gian Cloete making use of his feet, playing the psychological mental game here, but that concludes the over. It was an interesting one. 101 overs gone. Flexbrand Knights 343 for 2. So now, Rafiq, with the Flexbrand Knights setting their sights on Division 1, obviously the question of the squad, the contracts, all these things become a big discussion once more. It's a very sensitive time and a very strategic time. Who do you bring in? Who do you renew? It's a very tedious time for management at the moment.
Yeah, it is, and a very important process. You've got to get it right when you recruit and looking to retain as well. It is a process where you're looking to recruit for the next 2 years. Got to get the balance right of the players that you want to retain and that have actually shown a very important step up to the next level, and obviously also strengthening in certain areas. Very important process. So the Knights, as we've mentioned a few times, have got an experienced squad. If you look at a lot of those names, Dane Pitt, Siboto, Haasbroek himself has played a lot of cricket, Botha and Cloete, Those are all experienced cricketers, Jacques Snyman. And if we've seen a lot of teams maybe getting it wrong in the past when they do recruit for Division 1 and, you know, get relegated the next season. And it's also got to do with players, not just the skill set, but also players that fits within the culture that you want to drive within your setup. So you've got to do your due diligence, do your homework, and make sure that it's not just about the stats and the numbers or the skill set that you need. It's also about the type of individuals that you do bring in, the characters that you bring in. JP Trichard obviously wants to play a certain brand of cricket. Got to look at players that fits into that also. Can they adapt to that? Spoke about the importance of being in Div 1, and maybe even important that we bring, you know, SA 20 matches hopefully in the future to Central South Africa. Get the people back into the stadium. So exciting times for the Knights.
Driven beautifully. Deep Point has to do quite recovery, but we'll get there. They'll come back for 2. And as you spoke, you know, being in that changing room off season, JP Trichard is very focused on the type of men he's got in the dugout. He's made a point of it, and it's paid off success. And as you mentioned earlier, you know, you went through the whole the side, and everyone's contributed this season. Oh, shot over mid wicket, barely. Deep square has to recover. Puts in a diving effort. So, the question is, you've got a side that's performed in Division 2, and it gives a other type of headache now, looking at the squad selection for going to Division 1.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough task. Obviously, you're looking to reward the players that have been loyal to you and that have done well, I suppose. But there's also got to be a sense of, I hate to call it ruthlessness, where you've got to be honest with yourself and say, you know, how do we strengthen the squad? Who do we let go, if you are going to let anybody go? And if ideally you would most probably want to keep everybody, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But you also don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and make just random changes for the sake of it. The Knights obviously have lost a number of players in the past due to relegation. Just 2 seasons back, or last season, we saw people like Dian Forrester and Lesego Senokwani, to name a few, that have gone on to play Division 1 cricket elsewhere. Can't blame those players, they need to play Div 1 cricket. And so it's good that we now have a situation where at least it's not going to be a 1-year process, but a 2-year process at least.
Oh, that is the difficult with only being a 1-year stint. A lot of, you know, it's a big step up, and then again a very big step down. And retaining those players.
Yeah, so Milani has done well since his introduction back into the attack. And you'd expect him to be bowling a long spell here up until most probably lunchtime.
Putting the pressure on young Ruben Murray. They're on 1 after 14 deliveries. Oh, it goes over the top this time. It's going to clear mid-on. And it does look, it's going to race away to the boundary. 4 runs to the young man. First boundary of this innings. Also concludes the over. 352 on the board for the Knights. comes off 624 deliveries. And with that shot and the conclusion of that over, my time ends here in the commentary box. You'll be joined by Aubrey Sonnepoel.
Yeah, Aubrey, the Knights going along nicely at 3.4 to the over. Unfortunately for Pat Botha, that he lost his wickets just 4 runs short of his century. But a chance for Ruben Maria to enhance his reputation.
Yeah, he's a good find, I think, for the Knights this season. We've seen him on debut getting 100 there. He's now been in there with Gian for 20 minutes, and we've seen a lovely cricket shot there over the top, just to show good intent. But a good spell thus far from the frontline spinner and the part-time of Chris Brits. But it's just interesting, as we go into day 4, today in Div 1, we'll see like the last round robin games. That's a great cricket shot from Gian Cloete.
Yeah, top shot there. He's played that shot superbly well in this innings of 164. And you just get that feeling that he's looking comfortable out there in the middle. He'll be eyeing, obviously looking to get into that double 100 mark.
Yeah, I think that's just not the ideal length there Gian has been for last round. Majority of he's faced enough great cricket shot from Gian Cloete. Ease away.
Yeah, top shot
Just
there.
coming off topic there, we've now reached day 4 here in the Division 2 final. It's the last round robin of Div 1. A lot to play for there. Lions can qualify. We've seen Province can qualify. We've seen Northwest can qualify, and the Warriors are all in for it. We've seen this just start still raining in Cape Town, but there's definitely 2 other games on it at the moment.
Just looking at some of the scores around the country, the Tuskers are struggling at the moment at 50 for 6 against the Lions. It's been a tough season for them. At the moment, looks more likely to be relegated back to Division 2. The Warriors are currently on 79 for 3, and a delayed start, like you said, in the Western Province game. Lots of rain down in the Western Cape.
Yeah.
Also, the Boland and Northwest Dragons game has been delayed due to a wet outfield. So a lot of cricket being played across the country at the moment.
Yeah, busy schedule in South Africa. I'm sure the ladies start this week against Pakistan as well. So there's definitely a lot of things to look forward to this week. At the end of this week, we'll know who's in Div 1 final, and the ladies will be playing their first game this week as well.
Yeah, 22nd of February, the Protea ladies will be taking on Pakistan right here at Mangaung Oval. Looking forward to that one, and hoping to see people coming in and supporting the ladies. It's not often that we get international cricket at Mangaung Oval, so it's going to be good to see people making their way to the ground and hopefully to come and support the SA Protea ladies.
Yeah, Protea ladies playing in 2 finals. Look just unlucky in both of them, so it'll be important that they keep getting the support at every venue they're playing their home game. So it's vitally important that people come out and support. I think Manla has done really well with the group that he has there, so we encourage people to come out and support the Proteas and watch them play good cricket, because Pakistan won't be a walk in the park. We've seen them play really good cricket as well, so it's going to be a good game to come out and watch on the 22nd.
Getting back to this game, we were asking the question earlier on and wondering where the wicket's going to come from for the Eastern Storm. An unlikely source in Chris Brits. Captain brought him into the attack, and maybe just a lack of pace getting that wicket, and unfortunately for Pat Botha, looking to play that maybe to square, getting that inside edge. So that was the second wicket. But this partnership now between Cloete and Ruben Maria has now grown to 26. Gian Cloete is looking in absolute control out there in the middle.
Yeah, the one thing just looking at the scoreboard there, I'm sure when you started this morning, the run rate was probably just idling at threes or just under threes. We've seen how every over there's been a boundary. Every opportunity the Knights have, they put the boundary away. And we've seen that rate has nearly jumped to 3.5 and the lead's almost at that 3-figure mark.
Yeah, you've got to, and again, they've shown good intent, all the batters out there so far. It wasn't just the boundaries, but they're also looking for those ones and twos every opportunity that they get. And that's a good lesson for everybody to learn out there.
Yeah, just watching Gian, he's faced over nearly 300 balls, but as soon as the ball went in the pocket or there was a run, they're still running the twos and the threes really well. And that's frustrating for the fielding team because it doesn't allow you to bowl at the same batter for a long period. And the wickets normally come in 4-day cricket when you're setting a batter up. And I just think with the rotation of strike, it's been quite difficult for them to set up batters.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And again, we spoke about the execution of the Eastern Storm bowlers as well, just the lack of consistency and difficult to set anybody up if you do lack that consistency as well. So it's been a tough day for them so far, even though they got the big wicket of Patrick Botha. This lead now, 83 runs. Spoke about it earlier on and, said that a lead of 200 would be the minimum at this stage that the Knights would be looking for.
Yeah, I'm sure that in the back of the Eastern Storm's mind, they're thinking about how they're going to go about their business, how they're going to play, how they're going to survive the game here. But it's going to make this is definitely testing them mentally because being out on the field, thinking about batting, and when you come out there and you got to apply yourself, you got to be at your A game and not find yourself wandering and you look up and the game's gone.
Big LBW appeal, and he's given him success for Similani, and that's the end of Ruben Maria. Trapped LBW. He departs with his score on 6. And again, when you spoke about it earlier, just wonder why Similani, they took so long to bring him into the attack. Because he has LBW appeal, and he's given him.
I think that we've seen day one, not day one, day two when he bowled, was he got the ball to spin. And we've just seen his grouping, although in the previous over, Ruben Maria looked to hit him down the ground. But I think the reason why we've seen that shot is because he felt the threat of the consistency that Similani kept hitting off stump. And we can see there, the way he got out, the one just landed in the foothills and it kicked more than the previous one, and that's why we found the departure of Ruben Maria. Gone for 6 LBW. New batter walking to the crease now, Asbrook. He's played well for the Knights this season. Big 100 for in East London, saving the team. They were under pressure in the first innings and looking to capitalise. Went to Mpumalanga, did well there as well. So in rich form at the moment.
Yeah, Rowan Asbrook, 174 down in East London against the Eastern Cape in Yati, and the team needed that partnership and the runs that he got on the day. I just mentioned earlier how most of these players have contributed throughout the season, and he's one of them. Before this game, 380 runs, an average of 47.5. So, and even in the white ball format, he's had quite an impact in a number of games. Good acquisition for the Knights, for the Flexbrand Knights. Last season, obviously played for the Northern Cape Heat. He's played a lot of cricket up in the Gauteng and Northwest area as well.
Yeah, just remember when I was a bit younger, I remember when he came through the system studying at Puck. He was a Puck captain, and then when restructure happened, he went to Limpopo, and under their leadership, he actually won a trophy for Limpopo. They won the 2020 competition the season when he was there, and then Northern Cape went shopping, which a lot of things are going to be happening about shopping players at the moment, and the Knights went down last year and they went shopping for Haasbroek, which was a good adding for them. They found themselves wandering in 2020 cricket, and he was always there in the back end to get the win. I remember playing them in Mpumalanga, they were finding themselves there, and him and Cole got there and they put on a big partnership, and that's just kicked on his innings for the rest of the season. Every time he's got opportunity when the team was under pressure, he's stepped up to the big occasion.
Yeah, Haasbroek, a naturally attacking cricketer. So it's going to be interesting to see his approach from here on in. Obviously, less than half an hour before lunch. So, window of opportunity here for the Eastern Storm team. Hopefully, get another wicket before lunch, and then they would have felt that it's been a decent morning then for them.
Yeah, I think we got to also remember we can always maybe I know Gian's been in there for 167 to his score, but the big shot there from him is around the corner, and they feel probably if they can squeeze a bit more, they can get another adding 2. Coaches always speak about adding 2 to that scoreboard. We've seen now 2 wickets fall. There's a Pat getting 4 short from his landmark, and young Ruben Murray getting out there from Simalani. So I think the ball is going to start to spin more after lunch. So it's going to be interesting to see how the tactic Haasbroek comes out here and look to dominate, because he is a free scoring cricketer.
Yeah, so a couple of wickets here would make it very interesting. The Knights obviously still in the pound seeds, sitting pretty, but they would want to make sure that as they take this game beyond the Eastern Storm. Eastern Storm would want to go into this lunch break with another wicket or 2 if they are to have any chance in this match.
Yeah, but one thing we spoke about is having Simalani, and he's created a bit of pressure there now, and that's why they got the 2 wickets they have. So it's got to be clear here from Ernest and his brain trust. They don't want just Haasbroek to get starting. They got to make sure that we know Chris Brits is bowled out and is getting the ball to move. As you see, they want just leaving the bat of Haasbroek. So they got to apply pressure from both ends and create opportunities. As you see, there is a bit of movement from Chris Brits. They don't want just
a little bit of a way
Haasbroek
shape there
starting.
to the
They
right
got to make
hander.
sure that we know Chris Brits is bowled out and is getting the ball to move. As you see, they want the bounce is also probably not the same that we've seen from day one. So the cracks are probably beginning to open a little more. As we walked on there this morning, Raf, the cracks were there, but they weren't opening. But I'm sure the longer the people keep running on and tapping on that, tomorrow those cracks might be there for the Knights.
I suppose it's over the last couple of days, it's not been as hot as what we've experienced here in Bloemfontein over the last couple of weeks, and but like you say, it's a wicket that also stood up well, not deteriorated that much, but there's something there in for the seamers as well as the spinners. And I suppose that if you're Knights, Dane Pitt and his men, you won't be too disappointed knowing that you're going to hopefully just bowl last on this wicket.
Yeah. One thing that Chris Brits has done well in his 5-over spell thus far is he's tested the technique and he's bowled a foot fuller than the rest of the bowlers.
Yeah, you spoke about it earlier and just mentioned that both Khan and Rasimene just erred on the shorter side, and on this type of wicket you'd like to go a little bit fuller and get those batters coming forward. And Brits has gotten some rewards here, and he's proved to be a bit of a threat with that fuller length that he's bowled. Good little bowling partnership here happening at the moment between Simalani and Brits.
Yeah, if I was captain now there, like Ernest, I would rather give Gian the one. And I know there's probably last over before lunch, or a couple of overs before lunch. I want to see Simalani's bowl well, putting Haasbroek under pressure. So spread the field. I know they want to see the departure of Gian, but maybe spread the field and look to attack Haasbroek more.
Yeah, totally agree. Good awareness there. And Asbrook must have thought, whilst he was sitting in the dugout, in the change room, that things are looking quite comfortable out there, but suddenly that's a bit of jitters. Still needs to get into good positions. Again, a big appeal. Might just have hit him outside the line.
But he's definitely finding the footholds there. You can just see there's a
Suddenly that's
a
a
bit more
bit
kick
of
for
jitters.
him, but he does look like he puts
Still
a
needs
bit
to get
more
into good
energy
positions.
in the
Again, a big appeal.
spinners we've seen Ernest, we've seen Grant Thompson, and we've seen Yuri, but Simelani's definitely had the one to get more spin out of there. As Gian tucks that one just behind square for one. And I think this is opportunity here for Eastern Storm to
Yeah.
put Asbrook under pressure.
You see Simelani also bowls it slightly quicker than Ernest Ken. You saw the left-hand batters looking to play Ernest Ken almost off the back foot and using their feet. And Simelani is getting them to, commit onto that front foot almost.
Yes, like you mentioned in the previous over, Raf, is about the guy should be looking to bowl fuller, and I think like Ernest bowled really well, but it was just maybe a foot too short and allowed the left-handers just to rock back and hit him to the vacant mid-wicket and square leg area, where I think Simelani's bowled as well, like Brits we mentioned, he's bowled a foot fuller, and we can see the batters are really looking to get forward towards him.
Yeah. So just before lunch, and a lot more attacking here from the Eastern Storm, as you'd expect. Window of opportunity. Just the one fielder out on the boundary, and that's that deep square leg fielder, almost behind square. Got a couple of men catching a slip in place.
Yeah, we've just seen hard hands there from Asbrook, and that's why we've seen the short cover come a little bit closer there. But you can definitely feel that there's a bit of pressure here to Asbrook.
Just the one for one Asbrook. He would be, most probably happy to be spending a lot of time at the non-strikers end, but as it is, that was the last ball of the over. So he will be facing the next over as well.
Yeah, I think that Chris Brits was happy with the one there at the end. He was bowling really well to Asbrook here, and you can just see there's a bit of bounce in his step to his mark.
So 5 more sessions remaining after this, Aubrey. One wonders with the weather as it's been over the last couple of days, whether we are going to be seeing 5 sessions of cricket. Some rain predicted for later on this afternoon. I suppose the Knights at this stage quite comfortable where they are. Eastern Storm would be hoping that they do spend most of that 5 sessions out in the middle, but they'll have their work cut out. And we spoke about it at this stage. It just seems that there can only be 2 results.
Yeah. I think I told you earlier, Raf, that JP didn't play the winning type of cricket, and I'm sure they're looking to set this game up for an outright win, because they're in the pound seat, they're 86 runs in front, and I'm sure but between him and Dane and Malusi, they're having a chat there. Once that lead get to 3 figures and it extends to 200 or 200 plus, they'll have that opportunity there from Chris Brits, and he's taking it with all hands. Definitely a good spell here from Simelani and Chris Brits. 3 wickets just before lunch.
Yeah, you spoke about Asbrook looking to play with hard hands and just going and look for that, just a lack of pace again. Earlier on this morning you spoke about how well the Knights are playing the ball late.
3 figures and
as you look at this
it
replay,
extends to 200 or 200 plus. So
just his head also
have
getting
that.
into a bad position. Not getting into a good position, just falling over slightly. And
it extends
ultimately
to
that's his
200
undoing.
200 plus. So have
That's
that.
the end of Ruan Asbrook. We spoke about how important it was for the Eastern Storm to try and get 1 or 2 more before the lunch break. It's just what the doctor ordered. The Knights be looking at trying to get another partnership here, as we see the new batter making his way to the middle. Seth Fledermaus could be, yes.
Yeah, just Raf, just looking at Haasbroek's dismissal, the top three guys there that scored majority of the runs, when they were hitting those balls, they were hitting it under the eyes, and you can see with Haasbroek's dismissal, he was playing that one in front of him, and that's why he didn't have control of the ball, and that's why it's just looped to the bowler, where the other guys were hitting the ball under their eyes, all along the carpet.
Yeah. Yeah, so a bowling change with Chris Brits and Similani has worked a charm. It's seen the Eastern Storm get 3 wickets in the session, and suddenly glimmer of hope for them. Another wicket here before the lunch break would be, for the Eastern Storm, would be worth gold. The Knights would want to go into that lunch break without any further wickets going down. Young Seth Fledermaus taking his guard. Plays for the played a lot of cricket here up here for the University of Free State. Got selected for the USA team 2 or 3 years in succession. Good all-round cricketer.
But once again, with that wicket there, we spoke about the length, where we've seen earlier too, the frontline seamers just too short, and as soon as Britzy went full there, and it's something similar to what Malusi did, he went fuller, and the rewards were there for them. He's picked up 2 wickets now, and Similani's picked up 1. They're definitely bowling in partnership. They've brought the game a bit more in for them, having an opportunity to pick up 1 or 2 more just before the lunch break.
Again, just a little bit of a waist shape there for Brits.
Brits has definitely got a bit more movement than the front line seamers. He's got the ball to leave the righties, and he got the ball just to come up the slope there for the lefties. Definitely in his 6 overs here, he's created a lot of chances and a lot of balls play and miss. As you see in that one, Seth just keeping out that one, but as we see in his stance here, he steps onto that off stump, so we'll definitely see lines going straight at the stumps here.
Just looking at Chris Brits' first class bowling stats, he's taken 5 wickets. It's not a recognised bowler, I suppose, if you look at it. Played 26 matches, and he's got an economy rate of 4.5 and an average of 48. And is that another wicket? Umpire Valdo Lategan says no.
There's definitely a lot happening here from Chris Brits in. We've seen that. We'll have a look at that again as Brits goes in here.
He's got an economy rate of 4.5 and an average of 48. Good bowling. And just you can see that. Is that another wicket out there? Played 26.
Definitely close to the back there.
I think a good call there by umpire Lategan. But again, things are happening out here at the moment. It seemed fairly quiet this morning with Cloete and matches. Botha in control, and he's got an economy rate of 4.5 and an average of 48. I just think gap there between the bat. Is that another wicket? Just hitting the pad, Seth Fledermaus, and that's maybe where the noise comes from. But relief for the Knights.
Yeah, it's been a difficult 10-15 minutes here for the Knights. First time that the batters have maybe felt under pressure. But one thing that the guys that's coming in, they have a guy that's faced 108 overs in the game. So they have someone to lean on, and how he's approached these innings when he came in. So it's definitely not coming in free scoring game. You've got to earn your right and look to boss the game as GM's done. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting 5 overs here for 5 balls for Seth here. We've seen a short leg running to collect his equipment.
Yeah, good captaincy here by an Eskem. Obviously just before lunch, looking to attack and put the young man under pressure. Freedom House, Cape Town, born and bred and schooled in Cape Town, made his way to the University of the Free State, where he's subsequently played a lot of cricket. And as I said earlier, a good 3-in-1 cricketer. Looks like Devan Mare under the helmet.
Yeah, Seth's a good playoff spin, but I think he's got to have his duck in order here. We've seen to Icebrook Similani just getting the ball to stop in the wicket a bit. As we see that one spinning from leg stump there. He's definitely been, for me, my pick of the bowling, because he's picked up Isaac Wicket on day 1 as well. On day 1 there late in the day. But the thing that he was, he's bowled fuller and he's got the ball to spin as well, which is what any spinner would want.
Yeah, now he's asked the right questions. I'm just looking at Freedom House's setup to the left arm spinner. Very open.
Yeah, we've seen in the 2020 games and one day cricket previously for the Knights, as he made his debut last season for the Knights in white ball cricket. So we've come to know that Seth plays the laps and the sweeps really well, but I think he's just got to the crease here. He's got to absorb the pressure that's coming from Eastern Storm and look to get his team just to lunch at the moment.
So he does get that front foot across and just prior to delivery. It's going to be a bit of a test for him here to see his team get to the lunch break without any further losses of wickets.
Yeah, the last ball there for Similani to him. Oh, and he plays that one really well. I think they just spread the field. They wanted to have one more over at Britzy bowling to Seth there, but not great fielding there from Aman Khan, allowing the Knights to get to 2 and they move on. 109 overs bowled, 366.
You just feel that sloppy fielding there from Khan. You wanted to have, in this over, still have Freedom House on strike, and that misfield just enabled to help the Knights to get Cloete on strike for the next over. Chris Brits doing a job here for the Eastern Storm.
Yeah, I think this should be the last over before lunch, Raf, under my correction. And if I'm honest here, I'll spread the field to Gian and give Chris Brits 5 balls to bowl at Seth.
Tuskers bowled out for 63, Leon Mulder 7 wickets.
Yeah, so elsewhere in the country, it seems like Vian Mulder helped himself to 7 wickets against the Tuskers. Tuskers all out for 63. And Vian Mulder picking up 7 for 6 in 6.5 overs.
I have nothing to say, but probably well bowled. Must be green in Joburg, but 7 wickets. But only is it 7 wickets for 6 runs?
7 wickets for 6 runs. Yeah, playing at the Wanderers. So the Tuskers in all sorts of trouble.
Must be some type of record.
A number of the other games delayed due to either wet outfields or the weather. The Lions looking in the bound seats to get a good result against the Tuskers.
But with our game here, I understand that Britzy wants to bowl for Gian as well, but I would have rather just gone maybe short here and into his hip, made him tuck it there for the one, and we've seen Seth under pressure. And it's always in the batter's mind when you go into lunch and you have to survive there. So a good tactic here, maybe from Ernest, is as we've seen him wandering just into deep mid wicket there. So it's easy in their mind that they want to have a go at Seth here just before lunch.
Yeah, you're looking at Ernest Kemp moving to that deep mid wicket boundary, expecting a shorter ball, and it is exactly what you called. Gian's going to look to come back for the second, but yeah, well spotted and well called, Aubrey. 2 more balls to go that they're going to have a go at Seth Vleedemouse, the new batter.
Yeah, Britzy bowled 7 overs nearly here. He helped his team nicely. He's not a frontline bowler. He's more like a part-time, as you mentioned. He's only picked up 5 wickets in first-class cricket and 2 today. So he's probably going to be searching it here, and it could be what Easton's needs as he goes really short. We've seen it when it was full. That's when it's troubled most of the batters.
Yeah, you want to at least get a foot or 2 fuller. See that short cover catching guys slip first and almost like a third slip. Is this the last ball then before lunch? Well left by Vleedemouse. And it seems like that's lunch. 367 for 4 after 110. Gian Cloete is still out in the middle. He's got 171. With him at the moment, the new batter, Seth Vleedemouse. Got to say, with 3 wickets, the Eastern Storm have pulled it back a little bit, but the Knights at the moment 90 ahead, and 2 more sessions left in the day hopefully to play. They'll be looking to extend that lead, and as you said, maybe have another go at the Eastern Storm batters either before close of play or tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think the most concerning thing for the Eastern Storm is the lead. I think the longer Gian's going to be there, that leads can still go quickly to the 3 figures. But as they move to lunch, they're picking up 3 wickets. Yeah, as you mentioned, 367 for 4. As Gian gets a round of applause there for reaching his 150. And for the viewers there, we should be back in about 40 minutes.
And welcome back here to Bloemfontein, the city of roses, for this final fixture between the Eastern Storm and the hosts, the Flexbrand Knights. We've just had lunch, umpires are back onto the field, players are just quickly going through a couple of catching sessions before they take to the field. So heading into this second session of day 4, we have been kindly surprised with the weather thus far. Earlier this week it was looking rather gloomy here for the prediction of day 4, with a lot of rain forecasted for today. Thankfully the clouds have stayed away, and at the moment no cloud cover in sight that looks dangerous for stoppage in play. The news from the middle is the Knights this morning were trailing, but they've not only passed what they needed to find, they've got a lead of 90 runs to their name, mostly because of that man, Cloete. He's on 171 unbeaten. He was there for a long while with Patrick Botha, who fell despairingly short of what would have been his 18th century in first-class cricket. And since then we have the young Ruben Murray making a cameo before he had to depart, and Haasbrook, who was dismissed for 1. So it will be Tumelo Simelane to continue from the Lochlogan end. And immediately off the first ball, Cloete paddling, and the ball's running away. And that will be a boundary off the first delivery. And immediately off the first ball, across the line, Cloete paddling, beautiful shot, and the ball's running away. The intent going into the second session. Cloete, 25 runs away now from that double ton. Now what that would mean for him. This one worked nicely into the square leg region. They come through for a single. As we said, throughout this innings, Cloete has been playing the spin beautifully, especially left arm orthodox likes of Tumelo Simelane and skipper Ernest Kemp. As we see Deva Murray, the youngster, putting on the helmet now to Seth Fledermans. No, and you can see exactly why he's been put under the helmet there. Simelane getting nice purchase off the wicket. Seeing the stance Fledermans is taking, almost on off guard. off stump with his back foot, has a nice wide open stance. Only deep square leg out for him. It's a very attacking field. They want to remove him. They've had a couple of wickets in quick succession just before lunch. This one he is able to get into a gap and come through to the other side. That's the end of the first over after lunch. The Flexbrand Knights 373 for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting tactic here, John. As we see, change of bowling. We've seen Chris Brits just before lunch picking up the 2 vital wickets for them, and now we'll see a change of bowling from the Willow's end, as we've seen the captain with the ball in hand and the skip. He's definitely wanting to bowl to the right-handers, I think, but we've seen Simalani spin the ball.
And you can understand this, Amos Kemp is bowled 26 over, he's the leading wicket taker, hasn't got one to the tally just yet. And now with the right hand out there, he would like to get on the wicket board.
Yeah, just looking at that first one, he's gone nice and slow, and we've seen some spin there, playing the line. A good thing from Seth there, not looking to go with the spin, and that's
get on the wicket
when
board.
the Knicks, just looking at that first one, we've seen there, gone nice and playing the line. Yeah, you see there, that's what Ernest is probably feeling frustrated about, is that balls that he bowls the magic ball, and the follow-up ball is that long up that's gone for the boundary. Unlucky for Seth not putting that one away. Definitely getting a bit more spin there. We've seen him now spinning it from leg stump, that one spinning from off stump there, and beating the bat twice in this over.
Well, it's rather difficult out there now, Aubrey, with the ball turning the way it is.
Yeah, I think I see it maybe unfolding tomorrow or so with the likes of Dane Pitt in the other team. We've seen Seth bowl for them, we've seen Patrick Botha bowl for them this season. So definitely going to see spin tomorrow whenever the declaration come, or all 10 wickets are as collapsed from the Knights. But I think as we're moving to day 5, definitely going to see more spin being applied at the wicket.
So 373 runs on the board. The lead is 96 runs. As we have confirmed before the lunch break, that no result here will result for the Knights in being the champions and winning that 450,000 Rand tournament money. So taking that single, Seth Fledermus will be back on strike, and immediately Darwin Murray under the helmet again. This is the man they want to bowl to. It's going to be what you can think a tough spell of cricket here, with the 2 left arm orthodox bowlers back into the attack to Seth.
Just something we've seen there. Seth hits that one through the short cover and extra cover. Chases on there from Similani. What we're seeing here that it's definitely not easier for the new batter. We've seen the ball stop. There is a more spin than we had day 1 and day 2 and day 3. So it's always difficult for the guy coming in, and I think you gotta be able to play spin really well.
As we see Gian back on strike, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on, and deep point. As you can see, they're opting to bowl to the new man. And the Mangaung Oval, not always known as a spinning wicket here in central South Africa.
Yeah, what you just noticed in this over was that 3-figure lead that we spoke about, and we've probably been speaking about from the Knights' first innings, that lead has officially gone into 101 there with that shot from Seth there, and it's gonna start taking a toll on the Eastern Storm, knowing that they have to get probably the Knights will have 6 batters in hand, and that lead could stretch to almost 200 by the end of day. So tomorrow it's going to be a day of surviving.
Cricket is a strange game. It could be in the next over if Cloete does have to depart to new men in the middle with the ball turning the way it is.
Yeah, the batters to follow this two at the crease, like Tian van Vrienden, no muck with the bat. He scored 100 at CSA level. He's done really well, and then the likes of Ross Boast, we've seen him get last week 82 runs, and we've seen Dane Pitt getting 50s in the Test match, and we've seen Malusi Soboto getting runs, vital runs for the team. So all the way until Langa, I'm sure that they want to contribute for the team.
Yeah, I've spoken that they can bat, but one thing that I just keep in mind is the quick succession of wickets of Ruben Murray and Haasbrook, and that they did not find it that comfortable out there, and they are 2 formidable batsmen themselves.
Just looking at Ernest, since he's been on after lunch now, his pace is a lot slower than the pace we're seeing from Similani. Similani, he's bowling a bit quicker, he's a bit more bounce, so the spin just from Ernest at the moment is a bit slower than what we've seen from Similani. But he's definitely looking to bowl probably middle stump, getting it to spin. He has 3 guys out on the leg side, no one out on the offside, so he's definitely looking not to bowl too straight to Gian. As Gian just hits that one down the ground, and he moves to 179 now. He faced 306 balls played. Unbelievable thus far. Only 21 away from his double 100.
It has been an exceptional knock over the last couple of days from Gian Cloete. He's making it look easy where other batsmen have struggled. Seth opting to go back to defend that delivery. It will be the end of the 114th over here at the Mangaung Oval. Flexbrand Knights 379 for 4.
Yeah, I think Gian and Seth are having great communications of how they're going to go about building this partnership, because the Knights do need a partnership now. They lost 3 wickets quickly there just before the lunch. This one's this partnership have moved now to 16, and we see Similani here to Giannis. He keeps playing him on the back foot. I just remember being on comms with Raf, and we were speaking about getting the ball a bit fuller and inviting the bowlers to have an opportunity for the ball to spin. Those quicker balls and half trackers are just allowing the batters to play with the spin nice and easy. Want to bowl fuller and invite the batters to have to hit the ball down the ground and allow the ball to have a chance of beating the bat.
So we're having a look here at Cloete's stats, and his highest score in first class cricket, 185. 184, apologies. So 5 runs away from that.
Similani's bowled well. We asked for him to come on a lot earlier than what we've seen here. As we've seen the square leg, deep square just coming up into the ring here. One more ball. They definitely want to have pressure so that they can have something to. They want to have majority of the balls being bowled to the new guy, but with the quality of Gian just rocking back and hitting that one past the vacant mid wicket for one.
End of the over, 384 on the board, 380, pardon me, on the board for 4 wickets. Cloete moves 280 runs. And I think it's good awareness there. You could see he moved around a lot there on the final delivery, and he did get that run, knowing that at the moment his non-striker is a bit more at risk with the ball turning away to him as a right-hander. He's been seeing the ball comfortably from these two left-arm orthodox bowlers, as Ernest Kim will continue from the Willow's end. Advancing down the ground.
Straight chases on here from Britt, moves well, prevents the boundary, and Gian jogs through for 2 more to his tally, moves to 182, only 2 runs away from his career best score of 184. Yeah, a lot of overs on the legs for the Eastern Storm guys. They've gone now past the 115 over mark. Still needing 6 wickets.
Safe to say it's not been a lot of fun already being in the field.
I'm glad you used that word, safe to say. I'm safe to say that the dark clouds have actually not interrupted any game this morning, as we see a bit of clear skies here from our point of view. It's just good to have cricket on the park. We've seen how frustrating it was yesterday for the guys not being able to play. So with the weather allowing us to be on the park, that's great for cricket.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to have an extended run of play.
Yeah, as Ernest to Seth. Seth goes inside out through extra cover. Great cricket shot there. Brits couldn't prevent the boundary as he moves into double figures now.
Fantastic shot from Seth Fledermaus. On this occasion,
As
Ernest Kim
to
just bowling a bit
Seth.
fuller.
Seth goes inside out through extra cover. Great cricket shot there. Brits couldn't.
the end of the over. 116 gone, 387 for 4.
Yeah, as we see Similani here to Cloete, who's moved on to 183. He tucks that one, and there's communication, and there's a direct hit from Albany, and that's the departure of Seth there. He's just started to look comfortable, and there was a mishap there. As you see the departure of Seth Fledermaus for 10 runs, but great fielding there from Jesse Albany at short 45, moving quickly to his right, three stumps to aim, and he hits it bullseye in the middle stump. As we watch it again there, he tucks that one, and there's communication, and there's a direct hit from...
Great piece of fielding, and that's the magic they needed to break this partnership and continue building momentum and getting the 10 wickets they require.
He tucks that one, and there's communication, and there's a direct hit from Albany, and that's... Yeah, as we watch that highlight again, Jesse Albany, one communication, and there's a direct hit from Albany. Didn't even bother having a look at the umpire, he knew he was short there. And the new batter joining Gian at the crease is Stian van Vuren. Similani to Gian Cloete here on 183. Much needed wicket there for the Eastern Storm, but really great fielding there from Jesse Albany at short 45, moving to his right as Gian sweeps that one, and the chase is on here for Jesse. As the Knights jogs through there for 3 runs, leg buys from Shezi there. Yeah, and this is the first time we're going to see Similani to the new batter, Stian van Vuren. Good bowling here thus far from both spinners. They have fought hard, and there have been a lot of play and misses after lunch, making sure they bowl nice and straight, as Stian's just blocks that one straight to Murray at short leg, and that's the end of that over. In that over, we're seeing the departure of Seth for 10 runs. Great fielding there from Jesse Albany, hitting the middle pegs.
And exactly what the Eastern Storm would have been looking for. They've been looking for those moments of magic, and firstly, Christopher Brits was able to get the big wicket of Patrick Botha, and since then we've seen actually a succession of 4 wickets for them. Flexbrand Knights not able to build a partnership again as of yet. The new man out there, Tian van Vieren, also very capable hands with the bat, but the big wicket that is still in discussion is the man on strike, Cloete. As Ernest Kemp continues again from the Willow's End. And just by the fall of the wickets, there's a lot of what ifs and what could have been, what should have been. But just if that catch had been taken of Cloete on 21, and just seeing the half spinners really come alive in this game, what situation would the Eastern Storm have found themselves in?
Just coming back to the question you're asking there, I think you've actually seen the way Yuri's just idle around. He hasn't chatted a lot, so he's definitely thinking about the drop chance that was presented there as Gian moves now to 184. But it's definitely been in the back of his mind, and as a professional, I think he's got to put that behind him, because he's got to do a job still with the bat for them. We've seen how dangerous he can be, so I know it's cost the team nearly 160 runs, because Gian was only on 21 when it happened. So it's got to put it behind and be professional about it and look to get big runs for the team.
But also just the sense that the way Patrick Botha and Cloete were able to defend the right-handers later on from this bowling attack, the 2 left-arm orthodox spinners, who get a sense they're coming a bit more alive here on day 4.
Yeah, the wicket is deteriorating as the day's gotten into day 4, day 5 tomorrow. As we know, we've probably mentioned it enough on air that normally the guys play 4-day cricket, and this is a 5-day final. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the wicket holds over 5 days. Yeah, we see Similani here to Cloete. As Gian just sees that one out, he's probably, knowing the type of person Gian is, he does want to get this one running, because he knows he's probably on his career best at the moment. It's always nice to have just getting a new PB, and he's finding himself now on 184, 322 balls. See a sweep there from Gian, but half appeal there, definitely pitching outside leg coming around the wicket there. Probably felt missing out there on that scoring opportunity around the wicket, knowing that the ball's pitching outside leg. And that's well played as he moves now to a new career best for Cloete, 185.
That'll be a nice chip on the shoulder for him. getting to that new personal best. As Tian van Vuren only has to defend the one delivery. It's the end of the 119th over. Flexbrand Knights 392 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, just something I've noticed is the over rates just picked up here because they have two spinners bowling in tandem here. We've seen that the over rate has increased. The guys are quickly through the over terminator bowl, and Samalani bowls about 3-minute overs, which is quite quick. They're getting quick. Ernest is 2-minute overs, so they're definitely looking to get through the overs quickly.
This one's worked into the square leg and be a single. Just had a look. I'm not too sure where Aman Khan was needed to stand for that delivery. He was standing at third man, deep point, which was an interesting fielding position there for Gian Cloete's delivery.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of those guys just standing in no man's land. I remember Malusi then day 2, I think, is when we seen Jesse pull that ball to behind square and it landed in just behind the square leg, but because the fielders were in no man's land, it felt safe in the pockets there. Just looking to muscle that one there, Tian. But you can definitely feel there's a bit more pressure to the new guy, not finding it easy to score.
This time opting to step back, and that's why there's the oohs and the ahs around.
That one keeping a bit low there. Yeah, it just looks like from the Eastern Storm's perspective, they're happy to give Gian the one and bowl to the new guy. As we see in there, inside edge there, close to the stumps, as Tian has his first runs of his innings. That must have been really close to the stumps there as we watch it again.
Very, very close indeed.
Nearly taking out the leg stump there. It's a good tactic what Eastern Storm's applying now. Happy to give Gian one and put the pressure on the new guy.
Just thinking, Dane Pitt is licking his lips watching this from the dugout, knowing that he's going to have a fun time if he does come to bowl later, if there is a third innings.
No, they definitely are having those discussions in the changing room about how they want to go about setting up this game. Dane knowing that they've seen over 2 days the wicket is spinning. Actually, from day 1, Dane's got some to just stop in the wicket. And the way he dismissed Ernest setting him up there was the one just good energy, good revs on the ball, and it stopped and spun there. So he's definitely a world-class spinner. He's played at international level, as we mentioned. So he's definitely going to be looking more intrigued to bowl on this wicket. No runs this over thus far. As we see as a run-out chance there, and Valdo just walks to fix the stumps, but definitely there was stuck there between the run there from Tian van Vieren and Gian. They don't want to have another run up. We've seen the departure of Seth in a run out. Have we watch it again there?
So 2 deliveries to go here from Tumelo Similani to the right-hander Tian van Vieren.
We definitely see the field really in for the new batter, which is a good thing. They're looking to squeeze it here to Similani and Ernest to the new guy. They're looking to put Tian under pressure. We've seen in the previous over, the last ball, Tian looking to go over the top and just inside off, saving him there. Oh, not great from a spinner bowling a no ball.
On the 12th batsman reaching a score of 39 runs here.
Yeah, extras not the most friendliest thing for the Eastern Storm, as 39 extras is quite high in a 4-day game. I think there was a lot of leg byes and
that brings the conclusion of the 121st over. Flexbrand Knights, they are sitting on 397 for 5, 3 runs away from 400 on the score. And what a mighty score it is. Because of that man in the middle, Cloete, who's sitting on 187 runs, leading run scorer of this competition. And he's shown his skill. And he has really stepped up here on the biggest of stages here in the final, playing at home. 13 runs away from a double ton.
Just definitely getting the ball to spin there to Gian, and just to see spinning from middle stump way past 6 stump there, past leg stump. Definitely getting the ball just to spin more, I think, is Ernest Kim, the captain of the Eastern Storm. As Gian hits that one down the ground. Great fielding from Divan Murray at short mid wicket.
Advancing, hitting it straight down the ground. They were beat mid off. And that's a beautiful boundary from Cloete. He's used his feet beautifully in this innings, especially against the spinners. And that takes his tally to 191. And more importantly, the Flexbrand Knights go over the 400 run total. As we have a change in commentary, Aubrey Swanepoel gives way for Rafiq to join us. Welcome back, Rafiq.
Thank you, John. Cloete approaching an important milestone here.
Misfield. I'll come back for a single. Looking for 2, won't get it. As we just mentioned a bit earlier, Rafiq, highest score for Cloete was 184. He's just passed that. It's a new personal best for him.
Yep, and 8 short of that double century. That will be another big milestone for him. So he needs to stay switched on. We saw Pat Botha lose his wicket before getting to three figures.
Oh, there's an appeal. Square leg umpire. Good hands from Governor behind the wickets. Again, the ball is turning mightily here from Ernest Kim. As we have a look again. Pitching on off, turning well away from it. inviting the drive. That is this what you want to show the youngsters,
Yeah.
Rafik?
Ernest Kim also turning the ball away from the right-hander with the slope. And I suppose the Knights, some encouraging signs for the Knights as well, because their spinners will also be licking their lips. But they want to build on this lead and make sure that they get to a substantial lead where they are totally in control of this game.
Rafik, I want to talk to you about the difference between a century and a double ton. You know, it's one of those things. You know, players are so happy to get to a century, but the double ton always has. Obviously, it's got the big names to it. I can recall Jock Cullis struggling to get there for a big part of his career, and there was conversations regarding him being a complete batsman, having not reached that, and eventually reaching that, and what that meant to him. Or what that would mean for Gian Cloete to just put his name amongst those men.
Absolutely, and again, 33 years old, has not gotten to that milestone yet, but not many players do get there, even get close. He's got an opportunity here, and he wants to obviously get to that mark. It's something, like I said, that not many players can point to and say that I've scored a double 100. Gian looking, again, let me not say anything. A couple of guys said to me earlier on, I jinxed Botha earlier on. But he still needs to stay in the moment. It's still a long way out. You still need to play every ball on merit, one ball at a time.
Oh, and Tian van Vuuren looking for some innovation. And Grant Thompson will have to do the recovery. They get back for 3.
Yeah, so the Knights will be thinking that they still need another big partnership here. And hopefully for them, somebody like Gian Cloete can be there at the end. And hopefully for Gian Cloete as well. He's done all the hard work. And he needs to done a lot of work for his team. And whatever he gets from here on in is also for himself.
This is working to the leg side, coming through for a single. Just want to talk about that shot of Tian van Vuuren earlier this over and the innovation there. You know, he's been bogged down a bit by these two left arm orthodox, and he's taken a bit to them. You like to see that, Rafik?
Yeah, look, again, usually shots like that would maybe warrant a change in the field. They've kept the same field. Just the pace that Simelani's bowled is varied his pace nicely. And I think he chose the right ball to actually play that shot. So sometimes if the spinner starts dominating you, especially, you've got to try and be innovative, whether it's sweeping him off his length or lapping him, just to start not let him settle into a certain rhythm.
Yeah, that concludes the 123rd over. Flexbrand Knights 407 for 5.
Still some batting to come, as we said. Ross Boast comes off a good 80 against Mpumalanga last week. Spoke about Malusi Siboto, who's been involved in some crucial partnerships this year. And we all know Dane Pitt can bat. I think he's got a half century at test level. So he's no muck with a bat. But the Knights will be looking at these two out in the middle at the moment with this partnership on 20 to try and grow this and make sure that they get a substantial lead.
I'm very happy to say, but there's a bit of blue skies here in Bloemfontein today. On a day where the weather forecast was looking rather dim for the most of the week.
Am I correct in saying that it wasn't necessarily the rain that forced us off yesterday, but the lightning that was around?
It was the lightning. We had a lot of lightning.
So we're hoping that that stays away and that we can get as much cricketing as possible. Again, Cloete off the back foot. Seems to have been his approach to the left arm Ernest Kemp.
He's done exceptionally to pick the length early and decide whether he's coming forward or going back, and he's made it look rather easy and comfortable playing spin. It's been quite a masterclass from him. Been there for 341 deliveries.
And his Ken almost seems like has this round arm action, but he does get the ball, just does get some purchase of the wicket. Obviously bowling with the slope, as I mentioned earlier, to the right-handed Van Vuren. But you do get the feeling that that slip could get into the plane.
It beats everyone. Looking for two. They'll run back and get there. Umpire will signal byes.
Not sure how that missed the stumps. If we have a look at the replay, oh, that was close.
And I was about to say, Rafiq, we've been watching Ernest Kemp, and it's always a natural variation, the angle in which his arm comes to deliver the ball. And on this occasion, just a bit up, more straighter, just allowing that flight, and it beat Tiaan van Vuren. This occasion a bit flatter.
I can understand if you look at, obviously been very effective in this format, in this division. Leading wicket taker in this competition, Ernest Kemp. He's taken 40 wickets so far. Wicketless in this game, but he has threatened, especially here after lunch. It does look a handful, especially to the right-handers.
And it's to none of our surprise that Tumelo Simelane will continue bowling from the Loch Logan end. He's also in fine form since coming back into the attack. Also getting a lot of purchase off the bat. Flexbrand Knights 410 on the board. More importantly, Cloete 195. He goes big. It's over the head. And we're waiting for the signal. Oh, it's a boundary. It's 4 runs. Deep square leg and deep mid wicket. Well off their marks. Just had to watch the ball fly in the gap. And that takes Cloete to 199. It's the first ever time he's been knocking on this door this closely.
Yeah.
1 run away.
Previous ball, we saw the field spread. Boundary riders almost 15 to 20 off the boundary. Now we see that field coming in, trying to prevent the single. Cloete uses his feet down the ground. That's going to be a double 100 for Cloete. Ball's running away, just short of the boundary. 3 more to his total, and he moves on to 202. What a milestone for Cloete. And you can see the celebration. 202 of 343 balls, 21 fours and 2 sixes. Take a bow, Cloete. An amazing season in this competition as well. 417 for 5. with Cloete out there, unbeaten on 202.
He has done it, Rafik. He's got over that elusive double ton mark. What an incredible achievement. Take a bow, Cloete. Oh, and this one's played finely. Deep square legs, got to recover. They can come back for 2. What a way to end off your season, Rafik. With a double ton, you've secured your place in Division 1 for the next year, and you're in a commanding position here in the final of the 4-day series.
Absolutely. Well deserved. Edging closer to that 700 runs for the season. Just got to do our homework and see what he's currently standing on for the season. But he's had a superb season, Cloete.
I think he's been out there for 125 overs. It's been a long extent of batting, long duration there out in the middle, with changing conditions, the ball swinging, and at this moment in time it's turning. He's faced all the variables and he's come out on top.
643 runs for the season, and his highest score at this stage, not just for the season but in his career, 202 not out. Averaging 91.4. 91.85 at this stage for the season.
What an average. Player of the series, Rafik?
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at this knock in the final as well, I must say a number of other players have had exceptional seasons as well. We've mentioned Dane Pitt, only playing the 5 games, but such valuable contributor for the Knights, especially with his leadership as well. Malusi Siboto has had an awesome season, hardly gets injured, and just executes his role to perfection.
Musman Bowling, the skipper of Eastern Storm. What a season he has had with bat and ball, leading his side to a final.
Yeah, Ernest Kim, 40 wickets so far this season at an average of 19.3. And if you consider that he also contributes with the bat as an opening batter, definitely a contender as well.
And as Tian from Fearon sees off the final delivery of that over, it's the end of 126 over. Flexbrand Knights 420 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, it's been an interesting season in Division 2 cricket. If you look at a number of players achieving that milestone this year of a double 100, Chris Brits getting to that milestone with his highest score of 273. You see George van Heerden, SWD, Garden Route badges. He got to 221 not out this season. And Mohammed Mayet from the Rhinos in Mpumalanga, 269 not out. His highest score this season. And Gian Cloete has joined that elite group of players. He's on 203 not out at the moment.
What a privilege to have for Coach JP, talking in the beginning of this match, saying they've chosen to bowl because they back their batting. And what a privilege it is to know you've got men like Gian Cloete that do perform at the highest level when it does matter.
Credit also to, if you look at Gian and at 33 years old, his conditioning was probably in some of the best shape that he's ever been. If you must bat for these long periods of time, you've got to have the conditioning as well, and you can see that he does look in good shape. So credit also to the strength and conditioning team at the Knights for keeping these players fit and out in the middle.
If you take into consideration how many 2s and 3s have been run in this innings, and he's been part of all of them, it's a long day, a long, hard day of work. That is mightily impressive, Rafiq.
Yeah.
One thing we don't always consider is the running between the wickets and the sheer pace they do it at, the intensity these guys are performing at, the concentration levels to be out there for more than 350 deliveries. It just shows you the mental capacity of these guys.
Yeah, I think the mental capacity, like you state, and the physical conditioning goes hand in hand. The lead at the moment, 147 after 127 overs. Score 424 for 5. As we see Gian Cloete on 204. And with him at the moment, Tiaan van Vuuren on 10. This partnership is now 37. Much needed partnership for the Knights. Just when you thought that the Eastern Storm were trying to open up this door again, these two batters looking to close it and make sure that if they take this game beyond the Eastern Storm.
Just thinking again of that drop catch of Yuri Snyman off Gian Cloete on 21. Possibly one of the most costly drop catches this season.
Yeah, fortune favouring the brave. I think Gian Cloete has played superbly well ever since. Well-deserved double 100 for him. He'll look back on this day fondly. I mean, it's an exceptional achievement. Said earlier on that just get the feeling that that slip could come into play. That ball just not carrying, and Tiaan van Vuuren playing with soft hands.
This one he strikes beautifully. It beats middle. It was over pitched, and Tiaan van Vuuren was all over it. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's that hard pass that middle fielder hardly moved, This partnership now grows to 41. Van Vieren showing some intent here. And the lead is now past the 150 mark. 151 lead. And we are barely halfway through the second session on day 4. Who do you think that first session belonged to this morning? Eastern Storm obviously picking up those 3 wickets, I think, this morning. Probably even Stevens.
Good question, Rafik. I would still say even Stevens, or I would still lean towards the Knights because the way they were scoring runs.
Yeah, at the start of play, there was still a deficit of about 50, and so they've scored about 200 runs since this morning. And obviously, for the loss of those 4 wickets, you've got to still say that the Knights have still been in control.
Especially with that man still out there, Cloete. You can't possibly say they've gone ahead while he's still out there.
I think it's fair to say that the Knights still edging it, and you'd obviously want to be in their position. Spoke this morning about a possible 200 lead as a minimum, and just looking at the way they're going about their business, they should be getting there. Question remains whether they would send the Eastern Storm in before close if they do have the wickets in hand, or would they be batting out their overs and make sure that they, put the game beyond the Eastern Storm.
And I just get the feeling that because the craft Cloete has shown, I think he's making it look a bit easier than it is at the moment. Just having a look at the fall of wickets, the quick succession, Van Vieren having a couple of scares out there. So I don't think it's as easy as it was on the first couple of days to bat. So I don't know. I think this 151 run lead is much more valuable than it was a couple of days ago. And with the bowling discipline we saw the Flexbrand Knights have bowled with, they would be backing themselves here to give themselves a chance of taking 10 wickets. As Aubrey said, they are not a team that plays for draw, a team that likes to have the win. As we see, Grant Thompson brought back into the attack from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, Simelani's done a proper job from the Loch Logan end. Bowled a long spell and he's done a job for his team. And into the attack, Grant Thompson. Just towards the end of his spell this morning, Thompson maybe just bowling too many bad balls at times, either over pitching or dragging it short. And again, buys. I've seen a number of those today, and it's going to run to the boundary. Another 4 buys. All adds up, and this lead now extends to 155.
No, not what skipper Ernest Kemp would have wanted. As that 12th batsman, extras moves to 45 in this innings.
Yeah, it is a concern if you say 45 extras. That's way too much for this level of competition.
Must be said, I believe most of them have been late buys.
A lot of buys as well.
Yeah.
I feel that maybe the keeper could have done better.
It was something that Spoot mentioned in the last previous couple of games, the positioning of Governor behind the wickets and his weight transfer. Just seen on a couple of occasions going the wrong way. The young man Governor behind the wickets.
So at drinks, 432 for the loss of 5 wickets after 129 overs. Cloete unbeaten on 204, and with him Tian van Vieren on 14. This partnership 45. The Knights firmly in control of this game. back after the drinks break, and I'm joined here by Aubrey Swanepoel. Aubrey, your mate, Gian Cloete, past the 737 runs, I believe, at the moment that he's got for the season.
Yeah,
Exceptional achievement, eh?
very proud of him. I think any cricketer wants that double 100, and it's his first one in his cricket career. So proud moment for him and his family, and you can see he's worked really hard in the off season. He didn't go away. He spent time at home and worked on his faults that he had last year, and the rewards has been paid off.
Yeah, I just complimented his conditioning, and again, in some of the best shape of his career, and compliments to him and the support staff of the Knights, making sure that the players stay fit and on the park.
Yeah, it's also showing how mentally tough he is, because he kept all the overs. But Knights has played 4 weeks now on the bounce, so a lot of fielding went into they fielded long in East London for that win, and they fielded long in Mpumalanga. And first innings here he was fielding, and he's been batting now for over 357 balls, so that does take a toll in somebody's body, but he showed great character here.
Yes, very, very valid point. Something that we almost forgot, that if there's one player that has almost spent every ball out in the middle, it is Gian Cloete. So that makes that double 100 even more remarkable if you consider the workload that he's put in.
Yeah, as we've seen a change here from the Willows End, Similani to Tian van Vuuren here. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Gian will take the gloves in the second innings. He's batted really unbelievable for his team. There's definitely a luxury of keepers in the Knights. Omari, Young, Ruben Murray can take the gloves. We've seen Asbrook at these various teams take the gloves. And we've seen Isaac take the gloves. So it shouldn't be a problem for them or concern who will take the gloves. But knowing Gian and knowing the type of person he will bat until when the team needs him, and he'll be out there.
So, valuable partnership here for the Knights of 46. You felt that they needed another partnership, and these two guys have obliged, Cloete and Van Vuuren.
Yeah, just off while I was off air, I was sitting and writing a few things down. Just a quick question for you, Raf. If you were like there by on the panel of CSA now, we know Miller's career's at probably almost time for him to step down. Now he's 36, 37. His body has taken a bit of knocks, and we know the leagues, the guys are all speaking of playing in those leagues. South Africa is going to be looking for a out-and-out finisher. So if you also follow a lot of cricket, it's just like if you can give a couple of names who you think will be the guy that they're looking to fill as an all-rounding option.
Yeah, obviously a lot of people, if you're looking at the different formats, it seems like Coach Shikri Conrad's quite clear in his thinking of the players that he's looking at for the longer formats. In white ball cricket, obviously, if you look nowadays at the SA20, it's been absolutely fantastic for South African cricket, with a number of youngsters coming through and players coming through and putting their hand up.
No, just the reason I'm asking, the guy with the number 46 on his back, he's definitely going to be hot property around the country. He's done well SAA, he's done well at this level now. So definitely going to be coming for him, because he scored that big 100 against New Zealand playing SAA. Yeah. So that's why I'm just thinking, like, or how far is his name from the pecking order in that next call up.
And when you say 46, I take it you're referring to Tian van Vuuren batting out in the middle at the moment.
100%.
Look, he's had a superb season, and especially also with the SAA team. We've seen that some of the teams at the SA20 franchises have snapped him up. Was it the Mumbai, Cape Town Indians, or what are they called?
My Cape Town.
My Cape Town. So he's obviously enhanced his reputation in the game. as an all-rounder, and left arm seam is always good to have in your team. I suppose Dane Piet would want a left arm seamer in his team any day because that assists him. So he can't be too far off. But like I say, we're blessed at the moment with all these youngsters coming through and people vying for positions. There might just be one or two ahead of him at this stage.
Yeah,
Put your name in the hat and tell people to have a look at you.
Yeah, I'm sure the guy that was playing here last year for the Knights that's gone on to his new team. Lot of talk about Dean Forrester in the SA20. He's played here. We've watched him. You've commentated with him. I've played with him. We've seen how he's grown, how he's scored hundreds. He's done well in SAA team as well. So it's always so the numbers keep growing, I think, in the all-round positioner.
No, absolutely. Boy from the Lions, what's his name again?
Delano.
Yeah, but there's another one, can't get to the name. Pretoria boy that's now batting in the middle order for the Lions, also bowls a heavy ball. I think he spent some time in Northern Cape as well. Evan Jones, that's the name. Another player that shows a lot of potential, and you talk about finishers, and a player that has also enhanced his reputation.
Yeah, 100%. I actually forgot about the capability of Evan Jones. We've seen him in the 2020s, the game where the Lions were losing, and he got 50 of 12 balls, and that game went to a super over. So yeah, the depth pool of cricketers around the country, finishers and all-rounders are quite high.
Yeah, Ethan Bosch is another name, somebody that's also gotten a call-up here and there. So we're in a good position when it comes to all these all-rounders at the moment.
Yeah, just with that shot there from Gian, that's brought up their 50-run partnership. So this partnership has grown there to 4-4-0 for the loss of 5 in 130 overs. It's definitely taking a toll on the Eastern Storm boys. The amount of overs they've been on the park.
Partnership 53 at the moment. These two guys are going well. Another one out to that sweeper boundary, just for one. Cloete still looking like he wants to he's not looking to give it away. It's a sign of a good player. He's done all the hard work. And as we say that, it's just a bit of dark clouds up overhead. We know that this game has been interrupted by inclement weather over the last couple of days. We've seen not necessarily players off for rain, but it's more lightning. So it does look a bit ominous at the moment.
Yeah, I'm actually quite fascinated to know while I'm up here, I get taught about the lightning rule and how those stuff work. It's something that I don't think a lot of players know when we are out there on the park, is how far the lightning should be and how close it must be. But it's definitely well communicated from the third umpire and the match ref, because we've seen yesterday there was just one strike and the players was off. So player safety was always well implemented, which is always a good thing to see.
Yeah, I believe it's something like 20 kilometers away, and then you've got to leave the park. We've seen it now when we hosted the Kayamajola under 19 week, where it was strictly implemented by the SA Schools Committee. As soon as that lightning got to within 20 kilometers, all the players had to leave the field. And then obviously people you could pull the covers. As soon as it got to 15 kilometers, nobody was allowed onto the field even, just to make sure that we ensure that we, obviously player safety. Having seen what has happened up in the IFL a couple of years back, so important.
No, it's lovely to see that everything's as Gian goes to Yuri once again, and that's the departure of Gian Cloete, sadly. Well taken by the guy that put him down on 21. But that is an unbelievable innings there from Gian Cloete, as we have to see the back end of him. 210 of 366 balls, but well played. I think everybody will be coming around and shaking his hand for that double ton there from Gian Cloete.
Yeah, an exceptional performance from Gian Cloete. 210 of 367 balls. And just looking at the wagon wheel, you can see that he scored all around the ground. And unfortunately for him, and Similani most probably with the worst ball that he's bowled in this innings, gets the big wicket of Gian Cloete as he makes his way off for a well-deserved double 100.
Yeah, he's played really well. Once he was dropped, he put the drop behind him and he bowled that innings. And he's just read his wagon wheel there. He's played all around the wicket. Great innings there from Gian Cloete. New batsman to the crease, young Ross Boast. He did his varsity trades at Stellenbosch, and he did really well in the USA week. He's done really well for the Knights. So good add for the Knights this season. Good find.
Yeah. Boasty obviously getting that 80 last week against your team from Malanga. Played well. I think a much needed knock at that stage to get the Knights into a decent lead, which ultimately proved to be decisive. Good all-rounder once again. Up-and-coming cricketer. It's been a good acquisition for the Knights. Marty's boy also selected for the USA team. The last two competitions that were held. So a lot of potential and ability.
Yeah, we've seen what he did with the white ball on debut, getting a fifer on debuts. It's always a good thing to have. We were mentioning about all-rounders. He's also not a bad all-rounder for the Knights. And he has a guy like Tian van Vieren to work with, the likes of Malusi Sabota. We see now vital role he's played this season in working with the bowlers. We've seen Langa improving every week. He's get on the park. He's just got better. So it's probably not a bad move for him moving from Cape Town down to Bloemfontein and making the Flexbrand Knights his home now and looking to grow. He's still young, so a lot of opportunities will come his way.
You can see Similani, lots of turn there with the slope. Been quite impressed with Similani. He's bowled well. And whilst the previous ball to Gian Cloete I felt was not a good delivery, but he's bowled well to get the rewards that he's actually gotten. 3 for 74 at the moment in his 27.5 overs.
Yeah, I felt just watching from the side and watching from on top here, he does look like the ball's just a lot quicker than what Ernest bowled. Ernest bowled a bit more loop, and Similani's bowled a little bit flatter, but he's got the ball to kick off the wicket, which you can see he's definitely bowled a lot better than what Ernest bowled in this innings.
Yeah, that pace, and we said earlier on, just looked easy for the left-handers, especially to play Ernest. Came off the back foot as we see. Ross Boast getting off the mark. Past mid-wicket. They're going to come back for the third. The pace that he's bowled is especially on this wicket. But Ernest Kim obviously bowled a bit slower, and they could go onto the back foot and play him easily. He's forced him to get onto that front foot and commit.
Just looking at the shot Ross Boast play getting off there might be a sign that the Knights are looking to put pedal to the accelerator here and get that lead quicker to the 200 that they probably 200 and plus that they have in mark, because we've seen a bit of cloud cover. They probably know that probably won't go late into day 4 here, so they probably want to get quickly to that lead and try getting some sticks today still.
Yeah, coming here this morning, I felt that if you were looking for a result, you needed to at least have a go at them before the close. So it's interesting, like you said, it's what the intention of Ross Boast is, just looking at that previous scoring shot that he had.
Good running between the two, hitting it straight to the field and running there. Yeah, with that shot now the Knights move to 445 for the loss of 6, 132 overs. But the most important thing is that lead, Rafa. Leads now at 168 with 4 wickets in hand. They definitely want, I feel, if I was in Dane Pitt's shoes now, want to get closer to that 200 and have a gig at them today still.
Yeah, we were speculating this morning as to what would be a good lead, yeah. Obviously any lead is a good lead, but we were almost all hinting towards that 200 mark from the position that the Knights were in, and look set to get to that. And it will be interesting to see whether they decide to send the Eastern Storm in or just look to bat and put the game beyond them.
Yeah, we see Tomo changing his angle, coming around the wicket. Yeah, I'm sure you guys mentioned while I was off here that the Knights don't need to win outright to be crowned champions, but I just feel like the type of cricket they play, they want to make sure that they win the game outright.
Yeah, John did mention that. You obviously know JP well, and that is a brand that he would like to promote. Obviously a lot at stake, but you'd like to think that they are firmly in the pound seats at the moment, and with 170 lead, bar something exceptionally happening, there still should only be two outcomes in this game. Either a Knights win or a draw in this game.
For the Knights side, I just hope that the rain that was forecast for today doesn't the wind direction change and clouds come overnight and that rain falls tomorrow. So we know that the rain was forecast for today. As we come to the end of Grant Thompson's over, we just hope for clear weather and guys to be on the park tomorrow.
Now we've seen this wicket also, especially the left-arm spinners from the Willows end getting a lot of turn, and something that will be encouraging for the Knights, especially Dane Pitt. Seth Friedemouse, obviously the other off spinner, and Pat Botha can also turn his arm. So a lot of bowling options for the Knights, and we've said it before that especially Malusi Siboto and Van Vuren and Langa, they back themselves from the Loch Logan end with a slope.
Yeah, we see now the Knights were playing brave cricket in their first innings with the ball. When they felt that they were under pressure, they made immediate changes. We've seen Dane Pitt bowl even like the third over. So definitely, if they come onto the park, they will definitely look to attack because they have the runs on the board. So I'm sure we're in for a feisty little fight there. There'll be weird field set, but I think they're going to be they're going to have their ducks in order of how they're going to survive to the spin of Dane. He's taken enough international wickets, 37, so it will be interesting to see how the Eastern Storm adapt to the ball spinning square.
Yeah, and the stats suggest that he's obviously a quality bowler in the second innings. Picking up lots of wickets and closing out games for his team. And you mentioned the Knights playing positive cricket. They've batted at a 3.5 almost consistently throughout their innings. So it's not as if they've just occupied the crease and looked to play for a draw. They've been positive, and they find themselves in a very good position here.
Yeah, they definitely have played the better cricket for the past 4 days. From day one, we know we missed out on day 3 because of weather overnight and wet fields, but they've definitely played of the two teams on the park. The Knights have definitely been just a foot in front of the Eastern Storm.
As you can see, some cloud cover and some clouds building up. Bit of a concern. Obviously, yesterday we had to come off for lightning, and one suspects that the weather might still have a say today. We hope not, but there is some clouds about that suggest there could be lightning around.
Yeah, but as you mentioned that, Raf, I know we're looking at the clouds. It's just back to the playing here. We see a change in bowling again as the captain brought himself back into the attack here. Grant Thompson bowling a couple of overs there, and probably because it's two right-handers at the crease, we see Ernest came back.
Yeah, Ernest Kem has bowled most of his overs from the Willows end, and gone to bowl from the northern end, which is the Loch Logan end. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes from that end. So Milani's had some success from the Loch Logan end, and obviously he's changed ends.
Yeah, he probably feels frustrated because the whole competition he hasn't gone wicketless, and in the final when his team needed him probably the most, the team the Knights has played him better than anyone else. So it definitely feels frustrated as Ross Boast sees that one down the ground.
Yeah, it was a good matchup for the Knights with the two left-handers in the middle, Botha and Cloete, and they have faced most of his overs and seemed quite comfortable against the left-arm spinner. Spoke earlier on about the pace that he was bowling at, maybe just a tad slow, and I felt quite comfortable playing him off the back foot every now and then, using their feet, sweeping. And that's 450 up for the Knights. It's taken them 134.2 overs, 813 balls. Ross Boast.
He's definitely not looking to hang around. We've seen there, as soon as Ernest came straight, he's brought out the big broom and massive slog sweep for one bounce four. We've seen the couple of shots he's played there. He's definitely looking to up the ante here.
Yeah, look, and you spoke about it earlier on, he's shown his intent. The Knights looking to increase that lead and make sure that they only look to bat once, hopefully. Only time will tell.
Yeah, just on that, Raf, when we spoke, myself and Spoot spoke to the coaches after day one, and we ran into JP, and that the insight into there was the reason why they sent the Eastern Storm guys into to bat and they won the toss was they wanted to get early inroads into them and skittle them for not a lot. They only got 270. The mindset that's happening here is what he exactly said. They want to bat once, bat them out the game, and then take the lead into day 4 and day 5.
Oh, directed. An umpire says, he says no, he's made his ground. But that was close.
Yeah, that definitely looked closer than what we thought there. Sekekune moving quickly there. It's always quick. It's always closer than what we think direct hits.
Tell you, if that had gone to the third umpire, that would have been close. Kabelo Sekokuni making yards to his left and defying his looks there.
Yes, Boast goes looking for that same shot that he had in the previous ball. He was on strike. This time to no well inside edge, and it rolls down to short 45. But definitely looking to put the spinners under pressure, I feel.
Yeah, Ross Boast has come out and played with some intent. We're about an hour away from tea. Times tea. 3 o'clock. 2:45. So about half an hour away.
Yeah, tea's around the corner, so there was probably discussions at lunch about where they're looking to pull the plug and which targets they have in mindset when they're going back onto the field. But just we haven't seen a really big shots from T and from Piran, but as soon as Ross Boast came to the crease, we've seen him looking to put both spinners under pressure. So just taking from his approach at the crease, they're definitely looking to get closer to 200 and make a call.
Yeah, Ross Boast. Again, innovative there by Ross Boast. Goes onto the knee and plays that one out to the fine leg area for 2. Milani taking the pace of that one. So because of the earlier start, CT around 2:45, half an hour to go.
He's definitely got. If we've seen both spinners on play at similar times now. We've seen Ernest coming from the top end, and now we've seen Similani. You have mentioned it as well that Similani has definitely been bowling a lot better as Ross Boast chips that one just to the left of Similani, just out of reach there. But he's definitely getting the ball to spin and bounce a bit more than what Ernest Kim's getting from the log low win end.
Yeah, again, and we spoke about the way Brits bowled earlier on, that fuller length, something the Knights can take a leaf from his bowling. And when they go into the second innings, bowling into the second innings, I thought Chris Brits did a good job here, pulled it back nicely for the Eastern Storm.
Yeah, Similani's definitely bowled well, and that spell of Similani and Christopher Brits, when they picked up those 3 wickets just before the lunch break, we've seen what they did well. They bowled a lot fuller length, and they wanted the guys to hit them down the ground, where the guys before them just hit 2 feet too short, and the guys could play square. And I'm sure that loads of Gian's boundary events, including Pat, was when the ball was pitched short, they just scored freely square of the wicket.
End of the 135th over, 461 for 6, the lead now 184. Tian van Vieren out in the middle on 22, Ross Boast on 15. This partnership is now worth 20. Change in the commentary box, John. Over to you.
Thank you, Rafiq and Aubrey, taking a well-deserved break as we continue the second session after lunch. It will be Ernest Kemp to continue from the Loch Logan end, Ross Boast on 15 from 15 deliveries, run a ball at the moment. This one down leg, and it's swept and swept well. It's another boundary, beautifully struck by the young man Ross Boast. Can't afford to bowl there. So we have a look at the replay. Brilliant timing. That takes the score for the Flexbrand Knights to 465 now, lead of 188. Quick run taken, non-striker, not a bad, good throw. Get through for that single, called early. Apologies, that was Tian van Vieren that was on strike, who hit that boundary. Just having a look at the weather forecast. 40% of rain, 3 o'clock. Another quick run. Make their ground again. Boast hitting it straight to mid-off. Sekakune doing the fielding, missing the stumps on this occasion. Running well between the wickets here. Said 3 o'clock 40% chance of rain, 4 o'clock 50% chance of rain. Also importantly, what has actually been the stoppage of play so far in this game is the lightning. So just northwest of us, just beyond the screen, just to the left. This one's cut to the cover, no run. We've got some lightning that is ever so slightly creeping closer, as we just have a strike 27 kilometers away. So something to consider. And unfortunately, I do believe the wind is bringing it towards us. So we'll just have a look as the umpires start considering that. So it's the conclusion of 137th over here at the Mangaung Oval here on day 4, session 2. The Knights 467 for 6. Dion van Vuren out there 27 for 58. And young Boast 16 runs from 16 deliveries. And with the ball turning the way it is, Tumelo Similani will continue here from the Willow's end. He's got a deep mid wicket, long off, long on. Bowling it nice and slow, allowing the ball to pitch and turn. Tim van Vuren has played it well thus far. He had 2 scares early on in his innings, beating everything, bat, wickets and keeper. Rocking back this time, cuts it beautifully in front of point, and with no sweep out that, they will run away to the boundary. Beautiful shot. And I have to pardon me once again, it was Boast who hit that beautiful shot. As we said, he scored a beautiful 80 runs in the last time out. Boast. Melo Similani bowling his 31st over here. Same amount of overs that Dane Pitt bowled in the first innings. Ernest Kim has bowled a modest 37 overs so far. Rocking back this time, pulling it hard. But there's a deep mid wicket out. As you can see on screen, a good 20 meters in from that rope. Rather difficult always to set a field here at the Mangaung Oval, the biggest field in South Africa, and that being by far the biggest boundary. Well bowled, final delivery of the over. It concludes the 138th, 472 runs on the board for 6 wickets. What a time it is to be out there in the middle for the youngster Boast, playing here in a final Division 2, picked up by Coach JP Trichart, seeing his capabilities with a bat. has had a fantastic season here for the Flexbrand Knights. He offered a bit of pace in the first innings with ball in hand. Good all-round cricketer. A lot more cricket to come. As you see a bowling change now. Andrew Rasamenya back into the attack from the Loch Logan end, and just having a look at the weather forecast here and the lightning alarm, 22 kilometers away now. Straight and full in the wickets, worked into the leg side, looking for 2, and they get there comfortably. "22 kilometers away." Unfortunately, it's looking as if it's closing in fast. Looking at those clouds bringing the rain as well. It's been a beautiful day where a lot of rain has been forecasted for the entire day. We've had uninterrupted play here so far. This time it's shorter, down to fine leg. And the catch is taken. Catch taken at fine leg. Similani completes the catch. Andrew Rasamenya gets his first wicket of this game. And it is young Ross Boast that has to depart. He leaves the field having scored 23 runs from 23 deliveries, run a ball, with 2 boundaries to his name, 2 fours. He'll be disappointed with that. He was there to hit, but that was on this occasion straight down the throat of fine leg, as we see some lightning flashes in the background. And it's the skipper, Dane Pitt, who's walking out to the middle. Contributed with the ball, helped lead his side in a time that was tricky with the ball in hand, where the game easily could have gotten away with him, but some proactive leadership and captaincy brought down that score for 277. Now he's out here with a bat, joining Tian van Vuren. There's those clouds, ever looming closer. You can just hear the rumblings of thunder in the background. It's been such a beautiful day of play. Would hate to see it ended shortly. At the moment we're still out on the park. Lightning still 22 kilometers away. Rain predicted at 3 o'clock. It's now almost 2:30. Andrew Rasamenya to continue. Ball his first ball to Dane Pitt. And some short stuff from Andrew Rasamenya to the skipper. He's been looking at that short ball, this whole spell of his, just starting to unsettle. Much better bumper this time. And why not? He had success earlier this over with the bumper, picking up the wicket of Ross Boast. shot again on this occasion. Dame doing well to see that one out. One more delivery in this Andrew Rossaminia over. It's been a good one for the Eastern Storm. Attacking all the wickets on the final delivery. It ends the 139th over. Flexbrand Knights 474 for 7. And more importantly, that lead, 197 runs. 3 runs away from that magical 200 run lead. We've discussed it a couple times, is that would they feel that is enough of a benchmark? Will we see a declaration? As we said, the way the rules have been applied and have been set for this match, the Knights will win the trophy if there is no result in this match, if we do head to a draw. Tumelo Similani to continue from the Willow's End. It's been a long day for these Eastern Storm men out on the field. They'll be happy to finally have seen the back of Patrick Botha and Cloete. Beginning of today's play, long-standing partnership, and a couple of quick succession wickets. What the Flexbrand Knights have done well today is they've not allowed the Eastern Storm to get into a rhythm. They've kept the runs flowing. The run rate achieved is still around 3.4, 3.3, so it's been healthy for them. It's allowed them to achieve this total. They were about 50 runs behind at the beginning of play. We've got a 200 run, almost 200 run lead now. So about 250 runs scored on the day. Pardon me, 250. This time going over the top. And a couple of bounces into the rope. Tian van Vuren with a beautiful shot on this occasion, just over pitch by Tumelo Similani, and he got all of it. Pardon me, it was the skipper Dane Pitt who got on the scoreboard, showing that he's no muck with a bat. Oh, and it's edged, and it's taken it first slip. Yuri Snyman completes the catch. Should I say Grant Thompson, the veteran. On this occasion, Dame Pitt rocking back, opting to cut it. The ball turning wasn't on a good base and just edges it. And the simplest of catches for Grant Thompson at first slip. Dame Pitt has to depart for 4 runs from 7 deliveries. Just having a look at that again. Just stepping back unbalanced. It's simplest of catches for first slip. Now this is what Eastern Storm would have wanted. They wanted to have gotten through this batting lineup as quickly as they possibly could after the long stand of Cloete. Next man to the middle, Malusi Saboto. And now we have in the Lightning 11 kilometers away, and we can just hear it rumbling. And oh goodness, as you have a look on field, Malusi Saboto will have to turn around and walk back off because the players are coming off. Lightning is now deemed too close, dangerous, and unfortunately those clouds are looming ever so closer. And I am uncertain if those clouds will be passing this way. So as it currently stands, the Flexbrand Knights have a 202 lead, and these are those clouds that we are speaking about. Unfortunately, the wind bringing that ever so closer. Wind speed of around 11 kilometers per hour at the moment. And not the way we want this day to end, if that may be it. And they've taken an early tee as shown on the scoreboard, as we have covers coming out now just to protect the wicket in case there's a rainstorm. But as you can see from this shot, that rain is imminent, and for the rest of the day rain has been projected. So the Flexbrand Knights 479 for 8. They've batted 140 overs this last while. A couple of quick succession wickets for the Eastern Storm, which they would be happy about. But the Flexbrand Knights would be happy having reached that 200 lead. As we come to the conclusion of the second session with wondering concerns about the weather, we look to day 5, and having a look at day 5 weather forecast, unfortunately it's also looking rather dim. 70% rain forecasted at 11 o'clock, and thunderstorms, and the whole day, in fact, much rain forecasted. We have a look at the scorecard as it stands at this moment. Flexbrand Knights won the toss on day 1, Dane Pitt opting to send in the Eastern Storm to have a bat. They started off well. Yuri Snyman 44 from 61, but after the flare in the beginning, Malusi Saboto, Dame Pitt brought it back nicely for the Knights with disciplined bowling, keeping it as boring as possible. They ended their innings 277 with Devon Murray there for a long time. He unbeaten on 62 from 161 deliveries. Flexbrand Knights went in their chase. A good 100-run partnership between Isak Digale and Cloete. After Digale's departure, Patrick Botha stepped in and picked up the affairs. Another 100-run partnership between him and Cloete after he had to depart. After which there was a flurry of wickets, and in that time Cloete reaching 210 personal best for him, and reaching that elite club of double ton. And after his departure, we've seen Tian van Vuren scoring a comfortable 28 from 63 runs. Currently the Flexbrand Knights 2 wickets in hand. We just lost the wicket of skipper Dane Pitt, bringing Malusi Saboto to the middle. But before having even the opportunity to face a delivery, Lightning has come into play once again and has stopped play. Players have taken off the field, covers are being brought on, and we will be back to let you know what is the latest action here from the City of Roses in Bloemfontein.